Good morning, Sam. How's it going, everyone? Man, oh, one of these. Goodness. Goodness. Welcome in, Ohms. Welcome, Mel. Welcome, Rose. I hope you're all well. It's lovely to see you. Just some putt-putt. Ooh, that'd be fun. VR putting? Like, I assume you mean mini golf. That would be fun. I really need to. I have a little VR too, and I really need to break it out again. Yeah, you've been gone for a hot second. I mean, all week. Most of the week. I hope family time was good time. I'd love to break out my VR again. I don't have a significant amount for it, but there are some fun ones. I did open this up. It's scuff. Oh, VR chat. Okay. I mean, as long as it worked. That's key. As long as you were able to enjoy it at least a little. That's the end of that track, so we'll cut that now. Works and free, exactly. Exactly. Sometimes that's all you need. Can't see this. Come on. There it is. There are things I need of you. Things you may not understand, may not wish to do. But please, do not make the same mistake I did. My father, Howard, deserted me before I was born. I could claim the loss of my mother, and the letter I received after her funeral blinded me to what I had to do. It would be a lie. Human nature sealed my downfall. My name is Philip. If we are lucky, by the time you receive this, I will be... Sorry. That was too slow. I started too late. We're diving into Penumbra. As you know, I very much enjoy Soma. But I've said numerous times that despite the love for Soma, I have borderline zero experience with any of Frictional's other games. Obviously, like most of the internet that was watching Let's Plays when it was relevant, I'm very aware of Amnesia, The Dark Descent. But I could not tell you what actually happens in that game. And that's the only one that I really have any knowledge of. So, some awareness of Amnesia, zero familiarity with Penumbra. All I can really assume is that it's a little bit of a Lovecraftian journey. And the only reason I assume that is because it's the first game Frictional developed in their in-house engine, which is named after Lovecraft. So, one would presume if you're developing a game engine and the first game you work on in that engine, it, it makes sense. It makes sense that it would be Lovecraft, but I don't know. I really don't. So, I did jump in for a moment earlier just to play with settings and stuff and make sure that the game was running, but it is an older PC game, so we might run into a little bit of issue, if you will. There wasn't any immediate, like, overarching, here's how you fix this game posts in the community hub, so I'm hoping that it mostly just works. We'll find out. My story began in February, year 2000.
For my part in this allegory, I'm not going to make the same mistakes my father made. Howard vanished from my mother's life before I was even in it. So when he sent me a letter a few days after Mum's funeral, it was the first I'd ever heard from him. Pity he was dead. Writing from beyond the grave must be a genetic habit in my bloodline. His letter contained a key, instructions, pleas for forgiveness. I figured the dead don't have much use for absolution, so I turned to his prophetic passing, which he inexplicably expected to come any day. Clearly averse to explanations, my father preferred to leave directions to a bank on Mayfair I'd never even heard of. In that bank was a safety deposit box in his name, and myself as executor. Of course, I went, as he knew I would. I discovered that despite the evidence, he'd been legally declared dead almost 30 years ago, and so the old book and collection of notes I found had, in the eyes of the law, been mine all this time. My father's instructions were to burn the documents, raise no further questions. But that was his error. No man's immune to the shameful trappings of curiosity, and my humanity got the better of me. The university I taught at was world-renowned for two things: physics and linguistics. I represented the first, and the man who stood for the second was stumped by my recent acquisition. The book was indecipherable. The notes, however, showed a location somewhere in uninhabited northern Greenland.
Ooh.
It took me almost a year to book the last flight I'd ever take. As I watched civilization disappear along with Heathrow, I realised my father had disappeared 3 decades ago, almost to the day, and I considered in turn what it was that I was leaving behind. We landed on a strip of ice a few feet wide, and within minutes I was pulling away on a chartered boat, beginning the 12-hour journey that would lead me into my past.
Intrigued? I am. I really don't know shit. Finally, we're almost docked. I'd better stow my gear. I may be far from home, but chances are I can still pick things up using left mouse, and I can take a closer look at things using right mouse. Great. Yes. That handy left mouse, right mouse that everyone has. Sensitivity feels a little bit low for my liking. Give me just a second here. Double's probably too much, right? Oh, it's still a little low. Oh, it changes. Oh, uh-oh. It changes menu sensitivity too, and it's way higher in the menu. Interesting. Okay. I might just have to deal with it, because it feels wrong. Everything feels wrong. I'll just deal with not being able to turn on a dime like I'm used to being able to do. Always good to have a notebook to jot down interesting information and reminders. Interesting. Oops. Ah! I have a cursor. Of course. I think I left my torch in the desk drawer next to the bed. It can be opened using my left mouse on it, holding the button down and moving the mouse. One day come a time, get so used to computers. Refer to your hand, just left, right mouse. I can grab the chain. Can't really wibble it around though. It's held in proximity to where I actually am. So the one thing I do know about Frictional is that they obviously have like a very physics-based game engine. So there's a lot of opportunity for puzzles to be physics-based puzzles. Flashlight switches on and off via the inventory, or hopefully with the shortcut key F. Just something about the dialogue, like the instructional dialogue being written in his cadence, but with straight up keyboard and mouse instructions is it's really tickling me. Where's the emergency glow stick? Should still be in the locker. Keys in my inventory. Dearest Eric, just a quick note before you set sail and leave me once again. I've left you a little something to remember me by in the chest at the foot of your bed. I really don't know why you still only have one bed on board, taking shifts because of it is no way to get your rest. But what does a fisherman's wife know of life at sea? I'll be praying every night for you to make the catch you need so that you can come home to me safely soon. Please don't be gone for 5 weeks like last time. I know I might nag sometimes, but I do love you, you know. I've washed those overalls of yours. I know you'll get them covered in assorted fish parts in no time, but I still feel better knowing they've had a wash. Before I forget, the Henriksons in the village have asked me to see if you'll be coming by any trout, but I said they were mostly out of season. If you do happen upon any, don't say anything. They're yours. Keep them. Stow them well in the ice, and I'll do something special with them to celebrate when you come home. When you come home to me. The ship's captain deserves a little special treatment once in a while. Take care, my love. Nice. Nice. I got a little... Oh, it's gone. Can I... Okay, scrolling brings it closer. Oh, they're just straight up bottles of Jack. That's that's kind of hilarious. I don't know if I've ever actually personally had Jack Daniels. I'm gonna be real. Yo! Okay, they break. Whoopsie! Key. Lock. Locker. Glow stick. Got to read the glow stick note. My bad. I'm so sorry. We're off to a strong start. Ah, some extra batteries to power my flashlight. This gent can't make up his mind. Is it a torch or is it a flashlight? Gives me the look icon, but I right-click. Right-click with the look icon and you actually look. This fog closed in on us almost as soon as we left port. Haven't seen any landmarks for ages now. I don't know how they're managing to navigate. I'd be as good as lost at sea if I was on my own. Not a thought worth thinking. It's very breakable. Sorry, dear wife. This might be a bad thing. It's very physics-based, and I get distracted very easily. Pretty odorous. Glad I'm getting out of here soon. They must eat and sleep and, well, do everything else in this one room for weeks at a time. I'm certain this map's a good decade or so out of date, but landmarks don't change much in Greenland, so got a pretty decent idea of where I'm heading. Heard it here first. Things don't change in Greenland, according to whoever I am. As I stepped off the boat, setting out into the blizzard that had formed around me, I realized how utterly devoted I'd been to the discovery of my father's past. I had no idea what to expect. Soon enough, my concerns were justified. I don't know whether I lost my orientation or my spirit first, but I lost feeling in my extremities soon after, and knew hypothermia was setting in. I started looking for shelter. Not expecting such detailed physics. In the little bit of amnesia that I have paid attention to, I think I said before, like, I've technically watched the entirety of The Dark Descent, but I say technically, and when it was relevant. Because usually, like, when I would watch YouTube and Let's Plays and stuff, more so they just ran on my second monitor while I played a game on my first monitor, right? So it was very split attention. And I know when that game was relevant, The Dark Descent had, like, a huge fan content community basis. Like, I think they had an editor in engine, like, as part of the game that you could just make your own custom stories with. So a lot of what I ended up watching was that as well. So part of me knew that it had detailed physics, but I forgot how much more amnesia, and evidently this game, rely on that over Soma. Soma used it a little bit, but not to the extent that these games do. So it's gonna be interesting. What is going on there? Super loose. Doo-doo-doo. Anyway. So cold. Don't know where I am. Need shelter soon. My entire head went numb a long time ago. I can still hear the wind roaring past. Some kind of animal something. That went by too quick for me. Based on the writing so far, it does feel very Lovecraft. What in the hell is this? I don't care. I need shelter. What's frozen? Needs something to break it. Rock. A rock. This must be a really heavy rock. I'm moving excruciatingly slow. Can I just, like, bash it? Let's go. Okay, you have to actually, like, turn that in a very specific way. It is extremely physics. Extremely physics. There's a lot of weird mouse movements happening that you can't see. Alright. Did I get down here and just pass out? Jesus, my head. Can't believe I fell that far and survived. Although, looking around, maybe I didn't. What is this place? Oh yeah, we just kind of plummeted, huh? Should have known that rusty ladder wouldn't hold my weight. Didn't have any choice. I'd rather die down here than suffer that cold any longer. Heavy-looking wooden barrel. Could be anything inside it. Can't lift it, but I can drag it. Empty boxes of ammunition. Which is this place? Steel rod. Why? There. It's a 24-hour ration pack, long past its sell-by date. Let's see. I can swing this hammer if I hold left mouse. Hold it, okay. I can make a backswing by pulling the mouse right, and then follow through by pushing left. The opposite works too. Pulling back and then thrusting forward produces a stabbing motion. Interesting. I reckon if I hold down right mouse after the backswing, I should still be able to look around. Do I have to equip it? Oh no, it's just straight up. Okay, I see. Interesting. Very interesting. Even the combat is physics-based. Alright. Metal shelf. Nothing else of intrigue in here. There we go. Surely I can break it. It's too interactable to not break. But you don't sound like you're breaking. Oh. Alright. So you're not going to read that? Alright. Employee exit. I hit both of these in one motion. Why'd that first one take so long? There's something under this. What is happening? Wait, what was that? Oh? There was something behind the barrel, but it seems to have been sucked through the world because I broke the barrels instead of moving them. That's my B. That's my B. Get up. No, it could be a handy light source. Pick it up. Can I unequip the hammer so that I can grab the lid? The flare has stopped being an item. Alright, interesting. Can I own... surely I can have more than just one, right? It's fine, whatever. Let's move on. It's a wooden door. I hope it's open. No, it's just the hammer. The hammer's breaking. How do I put the hammer away? The hammer was griefing me. It's stuck. Might be something in the way. Can I break it down? Come on. You got in the room? Surely you can get out. How did y'all get this barrel in this doorway? You assemble it in the storage? Deserved, right? Ah. Interesting. Looks like there's some looks like there's some kind of industrial mechanism. Although there's a hole in the center and no way to operate it. This hatch is seriously solid. It won't open by hand. Someone obviously wanted to keep people out or in. Something was just banging on it. That's exactly where I just was, right? Yeah. Cool. And excellent. Do I open the hatch? No. No interacting with hatch. Okay. Oh, it's just a big loop. Okay. I do have to do something in here then. Hang on. What? There we go. Be patient. Is that something I want to do? Whatever I was descending into. It was 100 feet below ground, protected by two solid metal hatches located in a remote Arctic wilderness and buried beneath the snow. I didn't know what to expect, but it made me feel something I hadn't felt since I was a child. I'd never given it much thought before, but I realized that our entire society is a network of safety nets, emergency services at the end of a phone line, health and safety in the workplace, friends, family, lovers, all there. If something goes wrong, part of a carefully designed structure to prevent all but the most mundane of emotions. Once again, I felt like I did when I was in school, surrounded by a closing ring of older kids, knowing anyone that might help me. Friends, parents, teachers were too scared or too far away. Jotted down a note just in case. If nothing else, it feels Lovecraft in how verbose it is to describe one small concept. There could be anything living down here. Heroics are for Hollywood actors and fairy tales. I'm not taking any chances. If I face off against anything down here, I won't last a second. Caution and stealth are my only defenses now. If anyone or anything hears me, I'd be best off staying low and out of sight until I know whether or not it's a threat. Crouching by pressing left control, we've done, yes, thank you, will give me the chance to hide in the shadows. I'll know I've got it right because of the blue tint to my vision. You ever get a blue tint when you crouch? You know, you just break down into a squat and then everything turns blue. Never been there? Plus, I should be quiet enough that I won't be heard unless something's right on top of me. Better remember to shut off any light sources, though. Only if vodka's involved. Specifically blue. My best bet is to hide for a couple of seconds or so, perfectly still. That'll make me properly hidden. Stuck. Trapped. Need to get out. Not specifically blue. Like that, I'll be virtually invisible. Yeah, I didn't read that in time. That's fine. So I do know, naturally, if things are this physics-based and stealth is involved, I can probably be like, yep, something will run over there, right? This place must be old if they were still using paraffin lamps. Looks like there's still some juice left. But I can't take it. It's not for me. I appreciate you giving me a map. I promise I will not remember this. Not a chance in hell. A wooden box. Alright. Can I open the boxes? Hang on. Does not appear so. Boxes, sturdy. Barrels, breakable. Got light. It's a picture of a British platoon. It must date back to World War II. I don't know if I've ever seen World War II spelled out TWO. That feels wrong. I suppose this mine was converted into some kind of bunker. I literally don't know if I've ever seen that before. Batteries. Uh-oh. What did I just do? A man. An old man, clutching something unseen. He is strange, and yet he is no stranger. Never seen before, still I know. This man before me is Howard. I call him father. Ugh, what the hell? What just happened? I don't know if that was such a good idea. Touch it again. I may never get used to that. What is that? What is that doing? It's an old artifact. Is that saving? It must be. That's a save. That's a save point. Key. Copenhagen Post, Monday, 17th August, 1930. psychotropic deposits at the bottom of Death Mine? Researchers at the University of Copenhagen have suggested that mind-altering chemicals, naturally sewn into the rock, may be the cause of high suicide rates at Greenland Mine. The university, which has recently been conducting studies into isolated communities, first became interested in the workers of the northwestern lead mine last year. They discovered that, even taking into account Greenland's naturally high suicide rate, local figures for the last 100 years were abnormally high, at 46 deaths per 100,000 populace, compared to the national average of 29. On further investigation, experts diagnosed in many of the miners, symptoms in common with the earlier stages of paranoid schizophrenia. This has prompted research into hypotheses that natural deposits of lysergic acid, a pH4 formula recently discovered to have hallucinogenic properties, may be present in the rocks. Few locals were conducive to interview, but those who agreed to speak had their own explanation. Inuit spirits known as the Turngate. I don't want to mispronounce that. Yeah. Can I get a pronunciation of that, please? So that I can say it respectfully in the future. Apparently, there was a 2011 movie by the same name. Please. How to say it. Just give me a breakdown. I guess I'll just say it wrong. I don't want to listen to it. I just want, like, you know, break the word apart. Tell me how to pronounce the syllables. Nothing's doing that. Anyway. The university is awaiting the results of chemical testing. Studies continue. It's a military report, dated 1945. Oh boy. 15th August 1945. Command bunker. Emergency airtrip Zulu. Weekly report. Another unremarkable week in Greenland. Regular supply shipment received. Standard emergency drills carried out. Routine runway maintenance completed. I have ordered maintenance to be carried out twice weekly from here on in, due to increased snowfall. One wounded. The one wounded figure is no cause for concern back in London. The Germans haven't extended their front line by 4,000 miles. 2 of my men were caught manufacturing cherry bombs in our workshop armory, and succeeded in blowing off a couple of fingers. Congratulations. I take partial responsibility for this, in that I allowed them access to the demolitions manual we keep in the storeroom, and I'm sure that's where they learned the ingredients. As a precautionary measure, I have now locked up that manual in the chest in my office, and will keep the key on my person at all times. Needless to say, both men have been disciplined, and the injured man has been sent home for medical care. I cannot help but think that a more suitable punishment would have been for him to stay out here, but the matter is out of my hands. This base is so disconnected, sometimes I feel as if this war could end, and we might not even hear about it out here. Supplies requisition order. Dynamite for evacuation purposes, 7 bayonets. Not necessary in my opinion, but procedure states we should have a full complement. 1 industrial ice pick, for removing the dam ice that forms on the external hatch. 1 pair of reading glasses, category 7C, in order for myself. My glasses are in rather a poor state of repair and could do with replacing. Reconditioning of the mine continues to progress. The structure is being fortified from potential bomb damage, and excavation of previously caved-in areas is going ahead. One point of curiosity is some kind of archaeological find, an artifact buried in the earth, and discovered by one of the work teams. Later this evening, after martial duty, I shall take a closer look at the artifact. It appears to be man-made, and may have working parts inside. I shall remove what looks like the front cover and see if I can't discover the source of the light which constantly emanates from it. Chief NCO M. Major. Baxtron. I don't know what a Baxtron is, but it looked like a jar. So perhaps it's some kind of jar. A bottle of Baxtron. So it is a jar. It's a bottle, but it's the substance within the bottle that it is named after, and not the bottle itself. What is Baxtron? Typewriter dates back even further than the war. Made in Germany, 1923. Oh, I'm strong. You ever try to pick up a typewriter? They're a little more awkward than that. This one looks dense. Those are not light machines. Rotting wooden shelves. Must be the added moisture from that grate. This whole room is putrefying. Love that word. Putrefy is a great word. Big Book of Explosives. 1923 edition. Chapter 1.3 Black Match Fuse. Black Match Fuse is one of the oldest, simplest, and most reliable fuses used in modern pyrotechnics. It is easy to create, essentially consisting of just string and gunpowder, but be warned, the chemicals concerned will stain clothing, and as always, due concern is advised. Materials required: string, preferably cotton, black gunpowder, Baxtron. So it is an ingredient. We're gonna make a bomb. Y'all ready to blow some shit up? String should be coated with a thin layer of Baxtron, which acts as an adhesive. Okay, there it is. The string is then carefully rolled in the gunpowder and left to dry at least a couple of minutes before use. Chapter 2.1 Dynamite. Invented by Alfred Noble in 1866, dynamite is commonly used in construction, mining, and demolition. It has proved far safer to handle than alternatives such as pure nitroglycerin, provided, that is, it has been properly stored. Over time, the explosive component of dynamite, supposedly made safe by the presence of the diatomaceous earth, has a tendency to weep, making an old box of the explosive liable to detonate on contact. Materials required: 1 part diatomaceous earth. Is that how you say that? Diatomaceous. Huh? Diatomaceous. 3 parts nitroglycerin, small amount of sodium carbonate, text unreadable, and then simply form into short sticks and wrap in paper. Chapter 2.3 Oi, all these words. Trinitro... It's TNT. Trot... I can't speak, man. I'm a fake linguist. It's TNT. TNT was first discovered in 1863 by German chemist Joseph Wilbrand. But it took some years before it yielded its true potential. This was because of the difficulty of making it explode and the lesser detonation in comparison to dynamite. The main advantage was discovered by the German Navy, who employed TNT's relative explosive stability in order to cause massive damage to British warships. The torpedoes could be detonated inside a ship's armor rather than exploding on contact as did other shells. Chapter 2.6 Armstrong's mixture. So much. This is a huge book. Armstrong's mixture is included in this book as more of a point of interest than a viable chemical mix. The formula exists as somewhat of a legend in modern pyrotechnics, referenced by those knowledgeable enough to stay away from it as a death mix. Oh boy. Its incredible volatility makes it unsuitable for almost all potential applications. Materials required: red phosphorus and barium. This mixture can be carefully and slowly mixed to minimize risk to the chemist. Sulfur can substitute for some or all of the barium to slightly decrease sensitivity. Painkillers? Oh boy. Beef jerky. Look at that. Painkillers, beef jerky, Jack Daniels. This guy is set. Okay, it's a great little room. One more save. God. Is there something else down here? Oh, that was quick. Just wait, yeah. Oh, look at you. You got dog. I don't start out. Within my field of vision might panic me. Okay. Don't look at the evil. You'll stand up. Locked. Presume. Yeah. That's the workshop. Storage room this way. This dude's got a pretty solid stealth walk. He's making good time. Ice white. It's just white paint. Lots of paper boxes with rusty nails. If this lighter wasn't empty, it'd be a handy thing to have. Lighter plus fuel equals fire and happy. Bugs equals sad. Don't know what that. Don't know what any of that is. Locked from the other side. I can hear chattering. Thank God, maybe I can get some answers. I only open the door. Locked. Rocks. Rocks? I assume they're rocks. Probably a good idea to just... It was different but the same that time. Like I had more control, but over what? Save basically everywhere, right? Probably advisable. Come in. That's what I thought. As soon as the box started moving, I was like, surely they put heavy rocks inside of this thing so I couldn't move it. Well, well, well. Looks like someone's removed the ladder from the hooks with a pretty blunt saw. Should be opening some of these, huh? We haven't really gotten anything from any of them yet. Not breakable? Fine. Spider. Looks as if this basement caved in some years ago. Something's tunneled through. Something's tunneled through here more recently, though. Christ, what sort of creature makes these markings? What markings? What was I looking at? I was trying to examine the spider web. Okay. Ugh. Spiders in small places. I don't know. I don't know if I can go through with this. I think I can hear the pitter patter of tiny feet. Now we're fine. Oh. You're fine, fella. Don't worry about it. Not there for now. I want to assume that it's intended to be a way back up. Those will kill me. That's what one of those drawings was saying. Horrible sight. Luckily it's mummified, or else the smell would have been awful. One of them dogs. Little doggies. Dry, dusty old bags. Day 1. I began this record, still in the hope that the great work we have undertaken here might one day be of scientific value, despite the chaos which has ensued in the 6 hours previous. My aim is to remain secure until what help there may be arrives, and to that end, I have barricaded myself into a small workshop area in the abandoned part of the mine. I hope that the meager food rations here will keep me alive, and that those I hide from will not jeopardize that. Perhaps this mine really is cursed. It's almost precisely 30 years since the incident that brought us here, and now, 30 years on, fate has struck again. Day 3. I forecasted that today the rescue crews would arrive, but I can only hypothesize that they would be unaware of my location, and hence busy themselves evacuating the other survivors. If they had not arrived by tomorrow, I will go out in search of them. Day 6. My first mistake was to make assumptions on the matter of rescue. My second mistake was to make assumptions on the safety of this mine. My third mistake was to act on both those assumptions in going outside of my safe haven. My best estimate is that I left the workshop where I was secured about 2 days ago in search of aid, and I have found only danger. I approached the old living quarters, but curiously, could find no signs of life whatsoever. I returned in what I thought was the direction from which I had come, but soon found myself in an unfamiliar locale. Confused but focused, I attempted to make my way home, but found myself threatened by some species of feral creature, which seems to have made this old mine its home. Although the specimen bore significant interest to me, I chose to retreat, only to find myself outmaneuvered and outnumbered by the beasts. I turned and ran, injuring my ankle in the process, which I believe is now likely a sprain rather than a fracture. For some time I cowered and fled into the dark, but a few hours ago I discovered a door leading to a smaller, disused part of the mine, the key for which I still have in my pocket. Within that area I discovered this storeroom, and I think it should keep me safe for some time. This place is a maze. My lesson learned. I will not venture out again until I am certain the area is safe. Day 19. Rescue seems increasingly unrealistic. Supplies diminishing. Lots of spiders in this place. I do not like spiders. Oh, buddy. Day 34. I caught one of the accursed 8-legged beasts nuzzling in my open mouth when I woke up this morning. In my surprise, I swallowed it. It's not so much the act of swallowing which concerns me, but the genus of arachnid. It would be unlikely that a cave-dwelling spider would be venomous to any significant degree, but the possibility troubles me all the same. Day 35. Any known venom would have affected me by now, and so today is the first minor cause for celebration I have had since the incident. But, by lucky coincidence, this revelation also means I have discovered a virtually inexhaustible supply of nutrition. I intend to venture into the basement beneath this storeroom in the name of science to discover more about these creatures' natural habitat. He's eating spiders now. Day 50. For 4 days now, I have been surviving solely off the quite considerable sustenance provided by the spiders. For some time, I was struggling to gather enough of the crunchy little morsels. However, Lady Luck smiled on me once more when the batteries in my torch died and I made a second life-saving finding. What? Life-saving? Okay, no, I get it. I understand the structure. Lady Luck smiled on me once more when the batteries in my torch died, and I made a second life-saving finding. The creature's natural habitat is dark. With my light now diminished, I need only lie still for a few minutes, and I will have attracted enough of the beasts for a rather hearty meal. Some parts of the world, spiders are a delicacy. Maybe not a delicacy, but a required meal nonetheless. So I should not go forward, or I should time going forward. Ow. Or just power through. Oh, that actually genuinely hurt me. I'm losing blood. Actively bleeding. Painkiller. Yeah, and then we're fine. Okay. If it weren't for the size of the pieces, I would say that it looks like eggshells. That's foreboding, isn't it? Oh boy. Day 71. This guy really, really fought for it, huh? My earlier assumptions on the benign nature of my cellmates may have been made in error. After a careful autopsy, I am concerned that there may be a small volume of natural chemicals stored in the stomach, which, if ingested regularly over a period of time, may become psychotropic or even lethal. My only real chance is to break out of here and raid any stashes of supplies I can find. However, the evidence against such a move is insurmountable. 1. I have no source of light. 2. I swore to myself I wouldn't leave until I heard human voices outside. 3. Spiders are so tasty. Day 100. From the marks I have been making on the walls and my scribbled diary entries, which in the dark may amount to an illegible scrawl, today is the 100th day of my new life. Over the past month, my edible friends have become more and more aggressive and have swelled in number and size. Whether or not this is a result of my plundering their ecosystem, I am unsure. However, at this rate of growth, they will soon be too large to crawl through the gaps in the walls. For all I know, I could only be seeing the tip of the iceberg. If all fails, and I am never recovered, I hope at least that my study of, and indeed involvement with, these fascinating creatures will one day be regarded as an important point in natural history. The greatest names in modern science got there more through fluke than talent, and it appears that this rule has extended itself to my discovery of this delicious new species. I only pray. Sorry. I only pray that the second rule deems my breakthrough too insignificant, for all great discoveries tend to consume their inventor. Could this be foreshadowing? Nothing of the sort, surely. Let me in. Fluid, lighter gas. Please. Excellent. I can turn off the steam. Deal with that no more. That is where I want to go. Seeing as we haven't seen a spider, I genuinely think that's just ambience to creep you out. Oh no! I think whoever our buddy was might no longer be. I think someone's been dragged through here. I've never seen so much blood before. That was my best chance to get some answers. Who else is still down here? get used to that. I will get used to it, buddy. Don't worry. Okay, ain't that tragic. Years and years of reports, logs, and files just left here to gather dust. Probably a century of life and death right here at my feet. Pencil. Spiders get big. Well, at least this one's a little more positive, although I'd question its motivation. I can actually examine all those. Hang on, hang on. The work of either a child or a deranged mind. It's a crude representation of a scorched, writhing spider. Is it? Oh, yeah, it is. This shows some kind of trapdoor, but I can't see where it would be. Ah, that's the rocks. Box of rocks minus rocks equals move box. So it was just trying to give me the answer there. And then steam equals dead. Great. Boots. They look cozy, don't they? Day 200. It has been some time since I recorded any findings in my relation to the spiders with whom I have shared my existence for the past 8 months, partly due to my enforced retreat from their basement territory. Not too long ago, their behavior became overtly aggressive, and so I have attempted to barricade the main entrance to their lair and secured myself within one of the smaller rooms above it, the only one with an operational door lock. The other reason is that I have been recovering from a minor operation, which I was forced to conduct myself without the aid of anesthetic. Even if I did have any anesthetic or surgical tools, I couldn't afford to be less than diligent in my work, so anesthetic was out. Surgical tools are all well and good, but although it may be becoming old and rusty, I still trust my penknife to do the job just as well. The procedure itself was elementary enough, a simple amputation of a non-vital organ. I began to notice a thick, glue-like substance forming on my tongue, and was forced to accept that it had become infected through constant toxin ingestion. Removed his own tongue. That would actually be difficult to do without um, proper, proper means to keep it from bleeding. you know, you can bleed out from a tongue injury. Fun fact. Very fun. You can, in fact. Day 300. Another century of days comes and goes. It seems like so long since I escaped here. At some stage since my last entry, I attempted to return from whence I came. That from which I originally was fleeing seems a fate far worse than the one I now face. However, in the time since I arrived from the larger mind system, a cave-in has occurred, blocking any further progress. I was forced to return and accept whatever end life has in store for me. I still hear my aggressive little friends scratching on the door to my cell. Were you taken by a giant spider? Is that what's going on here? I cannot go that way. But it does seem you may have been taken by a spider. A grim fate. If the spiders have gotten that large. Yeah, there are dogs out here. What's that key? Probably that door over yonder, right? Assumedly. Let's fucking go. Might be a good idea to block the door. Add a rock. Oh. Well. That didn't work, did it? What else could I have used? There are crates. Maybe I could have dragged a crate. Still just standing there? No, you are moving. Okay. Back the other way. Throw the jerky? It's a jerky moment? No. Oh, you don't see me. See me at all. Ow, you do see me. I'm perfectly hidden. Asshole. Gotta blow up that. Can I kill it? Hang on. Okay. I'll fight you. I'll fucking fight you from the top of a crate. It is good to know that one good swing makes it run away. It comes back pretty quick, but it runs. Code, don't have. Still unsure if it can die. I assume it can die. But we can fight it. So that's good. It's good to know. Not defenseless. I love my workshop. It's too great a hunting ground to let others gorge their faces. One cannot help but feel for those without such delicate, mousy morsels in which to munch. For Red ate ravenously of their flesh today, and shall continue to do so. This is possible thanks solely to the button pad I installed on the door, and yet Red's mind is working somewhat backwards today. Subtle. Everything about this is quite subtle, isn't it? But 8412? Is that what we're looking at? Clever. What have we here? Brilliant. One step closer to setting off those explosives without losing any vital body parts. Keeping your parts is certainly preferable. Must be tied into what's going on here. I did not mean to click. Could be a piece of ice reflecting the light, or more likely my imagination, but something's definitely catching my eye under those rocks. Let's just do that for funsies. Pickaxe. Uh-oh. That's certainly more of a threat than a hammer. It's ancient. It's so old I don't even know what it would have been used for. All the things that you'll need to be successful as a carpenter. It looks like this hole's at least 3 feet above the surface. The light's being refracted through all that ice. These look like they've seen some use in their time. Can't have been much fun working down here. In fact, it must have been pretty god-awful. I don't know what that flash is. It keeps happening. What is it? Electric fence. It's been put up recently. Gotta find a way to get over them. Gotta find a way to get over. like that this is just kind of looping. Looping implies potentially a chase of some sort. Can I just like stack barrels and literally climb over? Or is that gonna zap me? Well, that's not great. Oh, I can't get them over this anyway. Okay. God, more spider webs. I hope that hole was there before the spiders, not the other way around. That's fair. Right. Nice. I probably can do that, right? Yeah. Soaked in Baxtrin so the gunpowder should stick, or rather, I really pray the gunpowder sticks. I don't have the gunpowder yet, though. Worn and torn, yet the edge is sharp to the touch. Look at these webs. Makes my skin crawl. Curious. This place is in a serious state. Did that railing come off through disrepair, or was it ripped off? Oh wait, hang on. Whole time. Whole time. That will absolutely speed things up a little bit. really don't think this is how I'm meant to, but like, if it works. If it works, it ain't dumb. Explosives. Ah, this is more like it. That's what I'm saying. And it's locked. Does look weak and old. I have a pickaxe. Painkillers to make up for the fact that I threw myself into an electrified fence. Stick of dynamite. Looks like homemade cherry bombs. Very small explosives. Probably soaked through by now. Probably soaked through. How's this going to work? What are you talking about? You light it on fire. And it goes boom. Oh, nothing too practical here. Speak for yourself. Uh... Gunpowder. It's kind of the hope. Well. Fancy that. That is just what I needed. Do I... Right? Yeah. Okay, hang on. Right, with any luck, one fuse ready to go. Unbelievably, this is the first fuse I've ever made. Try not to be in the habit of handling old explosives, but I guess needs must. I'll be fine. Don't know where dog might have gone off to. Come on, dog's still exactly where we left it. Shaft's caved in here. Could have happened years ago. I shouldn't be risking my life like this. The whole facility could come down around me. Still, if I want to press on, I'll have to clear this obstruction somehow. There must be something left here I could use. Maybe there's still some industrial explosives lying around. So is this... Am I supposed to use the TNT? Dynamite? No. Because I can't... That doesn't combine. No. Yeah, great. Don't look at it. That's not where I want you to be. Where I want you to be at all. You should go the other way. I need to drag this. That's inconvenient. Old cement mixer's seen better days. Can I actually kill that dog? That's the question of questions, right? Can I actually kill that dog? Because it being here is really inconvenient. Good, right? We're good, right? Yeah, we're fine. Keep mosey. Keep on mosey. Then I put fuse. Excellent. One spark, and this thing should go up a treat. I just hope it doesn't take me with it. Basically in the same spot, figuring... waiting for a monster to go away. Pretty much all frictional games, yeah. Somehow shit never gets boring. I know, like, they just do it well. It's... I don't know. Mechanically, it's not the most complex, but fundamentally, something about how they are able to package and deliver it. They're really, really good for that. Stretch break! Alright, give me 1 second then. I'm gonna blow this up, and I'll start the stretch break as soon as we find our save point. Bye! I want to see the dog comes running after that too. Dog did not give a shit that there was just an explosion down the hallway. Oh wait, yeah, here he comes. Less convenient. So sneaky. So stealthy. Alright. When I look back, I can't think what spurred me to go deeper into the mine. Perhaps it was arrogance at still being alive, or something as ridiculous as facing adversity, coming out on top. Now, I know I would have been better off starving or being mauled to death than kickstarting the chain of events that led me to end up here. writing to you. I just hope, once you understand my story, you will have what's necessary to put an end to this tale. I certainly didn't. Hole in the wall? Absolutely a Silent Hill reference. Silent Hill 4, nonetheless. Wall holes. Wall holes specifically. Alright, let me get tunes going. We're gonna do a little stretch break. You can deal with that wind ambience in the background. Sure, we'll just continue. Carry on. Carry on with the tunes in order. Alright, friends. Decreed stretch break. Grab a drink, grab a snack, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, sit up straight. Whatever is required in this moment for you to be the most comfortable. Get to it. We'll be right back. I mean, a cat preventing you from stretching properly is fair. We can't fault that. But that means that you have it stashed. You have one stashed mandatory stretch break in queue. The next available moment. Necessary, it's mandatory. You can't fight it. There's a rollover stretch break. If it cannot be redeemed, it will compound for later. But I hope those of you who could do a stretch break had a nice little stretchy stretch. Yeah, I did. I absolutely did. I set a timer and everything. And then, as soon as the timer went off, I did a stretch break yesterday. And spent money I don't have again. I got two... Basically, the way the collection is growing right now. So I've kind of got 2 t-shirts per Silent Hill drop. Building up. So, because this one was a reprint of 1 and 2, I got 4 t-shirts. 2 per game. Much like how last time I got 2 shirts for Silent Hill 3 and 1 shirt for the remake of 2, because I already had a shirt for the remake from their original remake drop. So, we're up to 2 shirts for Silent Hill 1, 2 shirts for Silent Hill 2, 2 shirts for Silent Hill 3, and 2 shirts for Silent Hill 2 Remake. So I'm hoping that there's a longer window between now and their next Silent Hill drop, because I don't think my wallet can handle another one soon. So... actually, let me see. The site's still up. Actually, because my webcam is all fucky, let me just pull it up on the actual browser. And I'll show off what I ordered. Alright. A little window capture. Whatever. Let's do this. So, be right back thing up. Alright. I got this one. Make it bigger. I can't make it bigger. I got this one. There it is. That's too big. So we got that guy coming. Death is no escape. Got the glow in the dark. Naturally, we have to get the limited edition, or the limited quantity pressings, right? We got this pretty little guy coming. This one apparently will glow in the dark, so I'm a little bit excited about that. We got this, because of course we did. It's just so hot. And this one has this on the back. It's fun. The other ones didn't have a back print, no. Yes, this one had this. Right? Right? And lastly, of course, door. The A door that wakes in darkness. A little synopsis of the game. I was going to get more. I was like, no, there has to be a cutoff. And 2 per game sounds fair. So that's where we cut it off. I went with the ones that I liked the most. There were others that were very close, but I went with the ones that I liked the most. For Silent Hill 2, I just closed it. Let me pull it back up. There was one more that I was extremely close to getting. But the design of the other 2 just barely eked it out. This guy. This guy was the 3rd for the 2nd game. No, it's never bad. Hats are awesome. So this one has this little thing. This was what almost sold me. It was just the breast piece print. The breast pocket print. I'm such a sucker for that kind of design with like the little print on the front and then the large back print. But it was between this one and the Synopsis shirt, and I just like the design of the Synopsis shirt more than this image, unfortunately. So that eked it out just a little bit. The shorts, honestly, like, I'm tantalized by the shorts and the blanket constantly. But like, really, the hat's solid. I would not fault you for that at all. This place is like a ghost town. Like, that's such a simple little ball cap with brilliant embroidery. Also having the gradually thickening font of the original game's title is a lot of fun. If I wore ball caps, I probably would have been tempted by that as well, honestly. The blankets are always so tantalizing as well. But I just can't, like... You know? I know it's worth it, but that tag on top hurts. Hurts just a little too much. Forgot laptop upstairs? Well, madam. Well, madam. Is that a plea? Anyway. Let me run that laptop downstairs, and then I'll be right back for more Penumbra. 2 more seconds on this little stretchy break. Not even mutant. Alright. Gouda. Be great. Be wonderful. Little stretch break into a little product showcase detour. Yeah, that's the hard part. Is, that's not too different from what it costs for me too, and I live in the country that it's shipping within. That's literally always the killer. Always, always. This song is cute and pleasant. Nier Automata, I still have to play that. Didn't expect the vocals. The vocalizing caught me off guard. Actually, ads just started, so maybe I will just wait this song out for another second. That is something I'd like to get under wraps a little bit better. It's grasping how the whole break thing works. Not the break, the ad thing works. I want to have just enough to actually have pre-rolls disabled, but letting them do it automatically feels like they do it a little more aggressively than it needs to actually apply. I mean, naturally, the automatic ones would of course be more aggressive than necessary, but it's on my whole list of things to look into and fix. Slowly fix, slowly figure out. There's so many moving parts to this thing, man. Which is a greater beast than it was when I was present here. 2 shirts and a hat. At least with the shirts in addition, the shipping feels a little more justified. Ads are a science unto themselves. Yeah, exactly. But we have to know now. We have to know which 2 shirts. Yeah, that's absolutely fair. Guilt is, it's such a good shirt, right? Guilt is a good one. Guilt was the pyramid head one that I showed off as well for context. A mysterious New England town. Let me pull that back up. Yes, yeah. It's such a good one, right? They're great shirts. Oh, what's this one? Front underscore page farewell. The bot names have gotten lame. They were really funny for a second there, and now they're lame again. Well, now we have something mutually exciting to look forward to. I'm stoked for the first day I get to tune in and see you wearing that hat. The only hard part, well, I mean, obviously the cost sucks, but the hardest part about a graveyard goods order is waiting for it. Because it does take a hot minute. Alright, we're back in, we're back in. Definitely be a standard streaming hat, beautiful. It's such a good one, it's so good. Again, if I wore more ball caps, it would definitely have been a lot higher on my radar. Alright, a couple empty crates. Yeah, having hair does make ball caps a little bit awkward sometimes. Even my regular hats, like I do have some nice hats that I like to wear, but since I've grown my hair out, it's been a little bit more difficult to figure out how to wear them. So once upon a time, I did keep it quite short. The noises down here are so alien compared to the way sound travels on the surface. That rock fall almost sounded organic. Something about screaming. Something about screaming. It's a push. It's a propane gas canister. Highly pressurized. Well, isn't that something? There'd have to be some kind of backup system for the electricity. I think this might be part of it. I wonder how many accidents they had before this was put up. I shudder to think. The walls of this hole aren't as uniform as the rest of the shafts. But why dig it out by hand? I can go down there. Should I want to go down there? Some kind of protective screen, maybe. I wonder what it protected them from. Something about a blind experiment. Probably the fact that I pulled it without knowing anything about it. This thing's huge. Must be about 3.5 megawatts. But it's pretty old. Certainly enough to light a few bulbs, though. So am I trying to get the generator running? Is that what's going down here? Really? There's fall damage. Nothing. These look like industrial fuses. Instructions. Steelberg Generator Type 7G. Congratulations on your purchase from the Type 7 product line. We are certain that you will be pleased with your new petrol-driven electrical backup system. Below are highlighted just a few of the added and improved features of the 7G model. Avoid personal wear and tear. The wind-up startup motor has been replaced with a battery-driven unit. Grease in the industrial workplace can be an accident-inducing insurance nightmare, so enjoy the new increased grease control system. Electrical insulation may be expensive to install and maintain, so the economical 7G basic model arrives without, and much, much more. Quick Start Guide. Ensure the area surrounding the 7G is clear of equipment and personnel in case of overheating. Connect and confirm secondary flow by turning appropriate valve. Turn on cooling system to avoid overheating. Release excess steam until pressure is within safe limits. Begin grease flow, ensuring leakage is minimal. Turn main valve and confirm primary flow. Pull main operation lever. Check energy output. Your unit should now be fully functional. Great. Got detail, generator, instructions. Feels as if I'm leaving my body for just a moment, but not just hovering around. It's like I go someplace. What are these things? Generator spare parts. Batteries. wonder, can I, like, am I... Yep. Let's go. And throw this down. And I got batteries.
Physics is fun.
I got a battery, one big battery. Whispers. Most of it sounded backward. But I swear somewhere in that line, singular thing that I could make out was must be friendly. Must be friendly. I was like, okay. Sure, buddy. Naturally, the whispers are just trying to make me friends. Right? That's what's going down here? Hello? Kill you. I'll kill you gladly. Why? What is this? These spare radio parts don't look spare at all. They almost look like they've been put here recently. Don't say fragile. Yet. It sounds empty. That noise, for some reason, I really don't like it. Got to get a grip. So it seems no crates at all. Apparently crates are sturdier than barrels. Numbra has decreed. Crates stronger than barrel. Because I can break barrels. Radio. Beeping. Coming from the speakers. Maybe there's someone out there after all. Well, Jen 72. Boys, come have a word with you myself, but I've got more important things to do than piss about making sure you're all doing your jobs properly. You can just freak you out? Why? It's just Morse code. Sounded like it was not coming from the laptop. That's fun. Yeah, that's spooky. It is carried really weird. It's coming very specifically out of this one monitor, and it's like kind of this direction. Anyway. Now, I know there's a certain amount of camaraderie between you lot, playing pranks and jokes on each other. Comes with the territory, and that's fine. So long as you don't add me to your list. God knows you need something to keep you entertained down here. However, you all know full well that Penrose, has some very deep-seated issues with his height. So anyone who thought it'd be a good idea to sabotage his generator and hide all the spare fuses on the top shelf in the storeroom would quite clearly need his head examined. Get me? In other news, Jones. I want that inventory done yesterday. And the rest of you, it's not all fun and games, you hear? On a serious note, another radio's gone missing. And you'd better hope to God that means one of you's lost it. Because stealing ain't a pretty word in my book. It's the third one this month, which means the amnesty on coming clean is fast coming to a close. Then there'll be repercussions. Got it? What's strange is, you're all supposed to be working in pairs, so nobody should be able to get their hands on a radio without the other spotting it. When I find out who's responsible, I'm gonna find out how they got away with it so long. Then, I'm gonna fling them out into the snow and leave them there. They'll just disappear into the night, just like all those radios. Harvard. Lead mine foreman. Sounds like a pleasant lad. Sounds like from the other side of the room. It's weird. It is weird. There, that's a little more natural, right? Now that I'm not standing right in front of it. It's probably important, right? Should I jot down what is actually beeping? I don't know if I have the patience to do that, actually. I just thought about the task and my brain shut down, so I'll come back here if I need it. I'm sure it's just a fun extra thing. From the look of it, this mine was built some time after the section I have just come from. They must have just forgotten about all the old equipment back there when they built this place. Not much on this shelf, save for that manual. Nope. Ah, I almost got that. Fuse. It says 50 amp fuses, but the box is empty. Still, the contents can't be far away. Room. Room? Why? Okay. But it gave me a pickaxe and a hammer. Why would I prioritize a broom? Emergency procedures. In the event of an emergency, all mine workers are asked to follow the standard emergency procedure detailed in the leaflet provided. Rescue services will already be on their way, and so under no circumstances should employees attempt to aid colleagues themselves or contact the emergency services. This code sheet is provided for use in the extremely unlikely event that you are trapped in the mine, with no way in which to signal or otherwise contact emergency crews. In this scenario, you should 1. Ensure the stability of surrounding environment by gently tapping and feeling the rock. 2. Once you feel certain that there is no risk of rock slide, Check to see if you have any form of communications device at hand and attempt to send a distress signal using this code sheet. 3. Should such device be unavailable or damaged, begin firmly tapping out a message on the wall of the cave. Rescue crews will hear you and arrive promptly to dig you out. Alright, so we do need the Morse code. Hang on. Oh, it's giving me the number. Okay, hang on. Let's try. Okay, got it. Five, 7, 3, 8. Ah, no, that's fair. Got it working first. Turn on electricity and then keypad. From the look of the thing, I'd guess this is the control panel for that generator. Very good. That should have sparked the starter motor. I suppose it can't get going without a battery after all. Is this where the battery goes then? Yes. Okay, battery in, starter motor functional. We should be set. This generator's age, it's a wonder it sparks at all. It's probably just a power surge. finally be ready now. Okay, fine. Clear equipment and personnel, just in case of overheating. Connect and confirm secondary flow. Area is clear. Secondary flow, I would assume, is this, right? Symbol for water. Definitely at a loss on this one. Could be hydraulics at any rate. It seems some sort of fluid control. Great. I was hoping you would know more about the symbols so that I wouldn't have to surmise it myself. Okay. Turn on cooling system. I would assume water is cooling. Release excess steam, and then release flow. Hey, okay. We got power. And with it, we got light.
Good day. Good day, can you hear me? Well, I hope that your ears are working better than your tongue, so that you might use them to listen to my words. You have turned on the light at the end, beginning, and middle of the tunnel, but some things remain shrouded in darkness. My Morrissey message I hope has helped, but what you need now is to the wall hole to the right of the fence. Go now, there is no time to explain. Well, in fact, time is one of the few things we have in abundance down here. What surprises are spoiled by such catty curiosity.
Okay. What the hell is going on down here? God damn it, this radio's useless. Who was that? And do this dance. Dogs can be killed. It is no longer a threat. We have taken care of it. Door. Storage. Oh, this place is bigger than I thought. I feel like a rat caught in a maze. Just hope I have a longer life expectancy. Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. This place is huge.
My memory is like something with a great many small holes. We shall be needing to perform some minor demolition work so that we might one day meet again. For this task, we shall require the use of a large, earth-eating metal monster, and that monster is thirsty for juice from the place where things are kept. By the way, you can call me Red. It's not my name, you understand, but I am sure you will agree it is a name rather similar to a cardigan. Fetching when worn correctly.
Okay. Red, why do you talk like that? Or it's barricaded, but what happened to whoever blocked it? I mean, it's a fence. Could I not just reach through? Like, I'm sure I, teeny tiny, weak, frail, pathetic gamer, modern era, could reach through those bars and move that with very little effort. There's so many. Oh. Please. Physics engine, cooperate. Painkillers are full heal. That's good to know. God, this place is huge. Whew.
Those holes in my mind are increasingly gaping. You cannot breach the inner sanctum of the place of storing. The entryway is blocked. So what if the squashy material between my ears is squashier than most? I may not be perfect like a hanging picture, but my words are wise and backed up by time. A pox on both your brain cells. Try as I may, you must think that I deceive you with my admittingly cunning ways. As far as my eye has seen, our rocky grave extends, and yet you cast away my hope like you would a puppy, freshly rolled in its own feces. I hope that your warped sense of morality is better company than I, because now it is all you have left.
Did I piss him off by going the wrong way? Is that what just happened?
I'm sorry. Sometimes my emotions are like a disobedient pet. Uncontrollable and often rolling in shit. Better safe than sorry, they say. But I think we are both sorrier than we are safe. A tunnel lies between a nearby watery cave and the place where things are kept. Take the second right from the closed door, and you will find what you seek.
Buddy. I appreciate the attempt at helping me. Somehow I don't think whatever the hell you're saying to me is gonna help. To the effect of my aimless wandering would probably be more beneficial to the way I'm solving puzzles. Shorter piece of the fractured ladder lying on a bed of scattered metal splinters. That's how people look at things, right? There's a draft coming from the dank-looking hole up there. All the same, it's hardly inviting. In fact, it's the complete opposite. The test substance continues to defy identification. Both chemical and xeno investigations fail to produce meaningful results. Testing continues. Test 102, bromine test, normal, pH 5. Test 103, acidamide test, negative. Test 104, ammonia NH3, negative, unreactive. Test 105, hydrochloric acid solution, negative, for sulfate, sulfide, and chloride ions. Test 106, standard hallucinogenics, mild intoxicant. Tests abandoned due to most test subjects suffering massive internal hemorrhaging within 1 to 2 hours. Test 107, positive, negative metal cations? Metal cations? Complete. Test 108, human hallucinogenics. Incomplete. Testing of the gaseous fog has been considerably more successful. It appears to be a harmless blend of sulfur, chlorine, and aromatic amine, which gives it the floating visual effect. Please note that harmless here is used in the xenochemics sense. It is harmless insofar as we have identified it, and so can take the necessary safety measures. If directly ingested, it would, naturally, be lethal. Test 159. Potassium dichromate paper. Positive for sulfur. Test 161. Litmus test. Negative. For all but chlorine. Test 301. Hydrochloric acid solution. Positive for aromatic amine. Work continues on the issue of transporting the substance. So far, removing it from its dormant location causes its base state to radically change, producing massive heat, to the detriment of 3 workers, one of whom is no longer operational due to his injuries. Following heat dissipation, the substance appears to turn dead, unreactive to every test we have the equipment to run. The prevailing theory is that somehow the disruption of the material causes it to enter hugely accelerated chemical decay. We estimate its half-life to be approximately 0.4 seconds. That's fast. This could have been damaged when I turned the power on. Whoops. The man, still clutching, still looking. For what? Before him lies metal, jutting awkward from earth, a hatch, a portal, a hole, a door. Unfamiliar text. Who are these figures, huddled around? What secrets are hidden behind the faces of men? I felt something that time that I didn't feel before, but I'm sure it's always been there. It's as if a small part of me is still trapped inside the artifact. Looks like some kind of excavation, although not like any mining operation I have ever seen. I don't know what that mist is coming from, but I don't fancy getting any closer to find out. These lamps are much newer than the rest of the mine equipment. These rusting hooks are designed to hoist thick cable. They'd probably hold a good deal more weight. Can't lift. It's gotta be fine with just one, right? Better or for worse, looks like I can climb up the tunnel, yeah. Y'all, welcome in, Droblin. Hope your day is serving you well. Can I not grab that? Longer piece of the ladder. Ladder's been shattered? Yeah, yeah. Jump? Maybe. That might be worth investigating. This way. I'll be faster and easier. Come on. That'll work. Oh, whoa. Come on, you can't tell me that's not it. Grab it, fool. Grab the ladder, you pansy. You can do it. Hang on. Under the weather for a few days? Yeah, that's not great. I'm sure whatever's been going around is still going around pretty prevalently. Lots of water. As much rest as you're able to manage. Decent food, get your vitamins in. You know, all the standard. Just take care of your body, and your body will take care of it kind of thing. Oh. Water, veggies, and junk. Perfect. Well, Not quite how I had planned it, but that worked. So, we're in. Oh. Now I've got no choice but to move on. Whatever's made this tunnel its home clearly made it unstable as well. Yeah, those look like eggs, don't they? My god. Nothing lays eggs that big. They're leathery, so they can't be mammalian. More likely amphibious or insectoid. Really don't like the way they're moving. Can I kill them? If I break the eggs. That pisses off the spiders. I made a mistake. Middle of a massive barrel plummet? Yeah. My head's doing some funky stuff as well. Well, that's great. Ugh. I hope these came from an animal. I have my suspicion. Need to get out of here. More. There are more. I got through. Eh. God, they hit so quick. I have the lighter. Dude's note earlier said spiders do not like fire. That'll do.
Now you should find yourself in the watery cave of conversation space, with a tunnel above you from times ahead. In this tunnel, for both our sakes, be careful, not curious. I have already spoken to you about the cat, and repeating myself is not only out of the question, but out of the window and climbing down the guttering. There are spiders in the tunnels that love to suck on the humany fluids, so do not disturb the walls. They are fragile like the china vase in the hooves of the bull.
No, I don't trust this, but... Hey, it worked. We'll take it. That's not great. Hello? Annoying. Just kill me. It's fine. What did I... What did I do to trigger the cave collapsing on me then? Oh. I just wasn't quick enough. I get you. I get you. Okay. Pickaxe isn't up to digging through this. I'm dead, it says. Come on. Oh, jeez. There must be something I can light on fire, because holy wow. Oh, right here, of course. Whee! Alright.
There should be some insect repellent in that red and white cross box in that room. Just in case those spiders found your flesh delicious. How does my brain flesh know your fluids are leaking? Because the red tricked you. The spidery tunnel was far from a necessary evil. More so, it served as a well-deserved punishment. You thought my mind had been lost to the ravages of time, but poetic justice has struck with a sonnet and an eight-legged baptism of fire. With justice now served cold, I hope that we can be good friends. Now reclaim the key and go-go juice, and find a way to the mining monster.
This fucking guy. Also note he mentioned the red and white cross box, and it is in fact green. And we had this discussion at one point. I think during Silent Hill. Because there are still red and white crosses seen in that game. But you cannot do that anymore. You're not allowed to put a red and white cross in a game. Or a red cross. Because having the actual medical symbol violates the Geneva Convention. So we were speculating if they do... Whole installation is just falling apart. If they do port those games forward, they're probably going to have to change that graphic, right? Like, I don't think they can just port it one-to-one. This must house the interior ventilation system. Old storage locker, once home to posters of playmates. Now just home to dust and decay. According to Red, I just need to find a can of gasoline as well. Should be somewhere around here. Locked or something blocking it. Water dew ports. Either red and white. Hills. Green crosses, yeah. Yep. It's just fun to note, at some point, they must have had to change this, but they didn't change the dialogue. Oh, I'm just back here. Okay. Yeah. That's where, okay, cool. Great. Was there a canister in here then? There's something under there. Interesting. Oh, because that law was a fairly recent one, wasn't it? Like, I don't think that one came into play any later, or any, yeah, any later than the early 2000s. Ooh. Xeno Report 66B, Phase 9, NO 9002, NO Domini 1992. Filed by Chief Attending Xeno Officer for the eyes of the leading installation officer only. Leader. Unlike the other findings, 66B appears to be of manufactured rather than natural origin, and so warrants additional interest, and, need I say, security. The bulk of Substance 63 was discovered only 6 yards from where Artifact 66B was buried, and appears, at least in part, to consist of a solidified form of 63, with a number of operable appendages. The artifact emits a low level of light from a seemingly inexhaustible energy supply, suggesting its origin is indeed, as was suspected, okay, yeah. Of course, the ramifications of this fact are clear and appropriate measures are already being taken. Progress in becoming enlightened as the purpose of the device, if indeed it served a purpose in the traditional sense at all, has been slow. Following protocol to the letter, I assigned my secondary officer to the artifact on Phase 7, only for him to go missing, and missing the following day. He eventually returned to the site from a previously uncharted area of the mines, presumably having discovered a new route, avoiding the cave-ins. At this stage, we can only assume what transpired, since he remains in a state of disorientation. Far be it from me to question the decisions of the elevated caste, but I am struggling to understand the necessity of conducting standard scientific testing in this case. I, of course, have full faith in the abilities of the research team, put together and sent here by my immediate superior. I simply wonder whether their time might be better employed on the main site. Nevertheless, it is comforting to know that the actions of every member of the organization are carefully choreographed and controlled by those far outranking. I, for some reason, could not see what this word was. Brain just would not have it. Controlled by those far outranking myself, both in stature and wisdom, and with this in mind, I feel fully justified in filing an official request for further manpower. We have already lost a number of workers to unforeseen events, largely while engaging in the studies mentioned earlier, and further investigation of the area calls for volunteers to carry out tasks altogether too hazardous in nature to risk the well-being of more elevated organization members. In particular, the tunnel system above the secondary site requires immediate cartography. I require more workers so that we may send them to die in the event of things going poorly, so as not to sacrifice the minds of my work team. Just back at the beginning. No, yeah. That's the door that I couldn't get in. There's a single piece of wood in the way. Well, mayhap. Perchance. No. Going? What are you playing at, buddy? Come here. Come here. Starting to get on the same plane that I'm on. Huh. Ow. The way it controls is a little awkward. I cannot, will not deny that. From where? Huh? Oh, well. Did not work to remove the 2x4. That is locking me out of that zone. I don't think there are any more dogs in this area, though, are there? There's one more. Spoke too soon. Come on, then. This way. This way. Alright. Come on. I heal over time. Interesting. God, it's so finicky. Where is my hitbox? What? Anyway. Anyway. Nowhere else to go down here. Shed, auxiliary shaft. We've already done storage. Oh, I'm stupid. Hang on. This works. All right. Dog sign. Dog sign is foreboding. There's a dog there. I assume those are just a hide-in, because none of them have had anything inside them as of yet. Ah. How the jerky works. It's not an ideal place to put that. I don't know why I theory, I should be able to just like, right? Dog will be distracted. All right, fair play. Shut up. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Right. We have the key to that thing, don't we? Be the control station for that yellow monstrosity. Yes, I'm trying to plug it in. I assume it would plug into the plug on the... There's two. One of these has to plug into this, right? I plug it into you first. Oh, no, there it goes. Come on. Come on! Table powered. There's stuff up there. From out the door rises something vast, something terrible. It strikes a man, knocking him down, and those standing by him wither into the darkness. Screaming beggings? I'm not sure that's how you spell beggings. Still, Father looks on. Is he bringing this? Father, what have you done? Motrin did nothing for your neck. I'm sorry. Suppose I can trust these things a bit more. I'm not dead yet. Still, they must have a purpose. What could it be? Screaming Begins could be it. But the way that they threw commas on either side, I assume it was meant to be something like screaming and begging, right? They were screaming beggings. Beggings that were being screamed. I don't know. We can speculate on typo is all we like. We'll interpret as we need. Oh wait, oh, I have a key. Where does the key go? Right here. Quite a machine. It doesn't come any more industrial sized than that. Those teeth at the front look pretty sharp. The whole thing just looks mean. This doesn't look as old as some of the other damage to the mine. Bits of rock occasionally come loose from the rubble, or at least something's underneath. Found a recipe for 72-hour chocolate chip cookies for the next time we're feeling bougie. 72-hour? You have to elaborate on that. Rest refrigerated for 2 to 3 days. What does that alter? Makes fridge cookie dough taste so good? The fact that it's been in the fridge? Fascinating. Fascinating. Cookie science. Wonder. Flare. A little ghoulish. Grapes, resting, preparation. Wow. I didn't know about that. I didn't know that about crepes either. I'll be real. Interesting. I know that, like, obviously rest times are necessary for things like doughs and stuff where they have to rise, but I didn't know cookie dough was in that same vein. I mean, obviously you're not rising a cookie dough. Not typically, but it's fascinating that letting it rest and do something improves it that much. Minimum 60% cocoa chopped chocolate. We can get the Madagascar Lind bar. That's a 70 or 75% dark. But it's like so smooth and sweet despite being mostly dark. It's a really good dark chocolate. Just make my regular killer cookie dough. Yeah, I mean, why not? Just let it sit. It's a fun experiment idea. We just need to make sure we actually have the room in the fridge before we commit to it. Oh, that did not work. So it's clearly nothing to do with this. Really fun one that involves browned butter. Yeah. Espresso powder is easy. We can make that no problem at all. Actually, as long as it's not stale, we still have a bunch of, I mean, there's some of it's probably very stale. But we still have, actually, yeah, it's all probably not good anymore, now that I'm thinking about it, even the sealed tin. We have a whole bunch of pre-ground Turkish coffee. Well, yeah, as long as it's not, like, disgustingly stale, it might still be usable for recipes. Because one of the tins is completely unopened. It's still sealed with its regular, like, vacuum tin. You know, the other one might not be great, but if we could use that, that would be awesome. Because when I got that Turkish coffee, set, if you'll recall, Mum also got me, like, a shitload of pre-ground Turkish coffee to go with it. And I just, unfortunately, have not really been able to use it because we don't have an even enough heat source to properly brew the Turkish coffee. So, as many times as I've tried to make it happen, it just doesn't work on our burners. So we have all that coffee just kind of sitting there. A little bit of a loss here. Oh no. No way. I could not be more stuck than I am right now. Horror stream and cooking chat. That's it. That's literally the whole formula of this this space right now. That's a pretty consistent descriptor for what goes on here, I would say. No, don't be sorry about making it a food stream. Food's important. Furthermore, food is delicious. There was fashion chat earlier.
I don't know what to do here.
I'll figure it out. What can I interact with on the machine to make it run? Fuel. I didn't find that gas canister. That's what's wrong. Shit. Log. Secondary excavation site B. Beginning phase 338, Anno 9000, Anno Domini 1990. Filed by Chief Attending Chemist. Security status nil. Anno 9000. Phase 338. Today marks the first phase of Excavation Team B's new assignment, which I will be overseeing. Equipment has arrived, and digging should be able to commence within the next few hours. Since the incident leading to the establishment of our facility here, much work has been undertaken in order to ascertain the scope of the discovery. This site, among others, was selected from many possible candidates thanks to powerful divination techniques passed down for many generations amongst the elevated caste, and I feel certain that the wisdom, in combination with our own seismic techniques, will prove to be a great success, and that our discoveries will be of great importance to the organization. Best of luck, everyone. Anno 9001, Phase 1. While work has been slow up until now, the new year is sure to bring with it great prosperity for our team. Perhaps we shall enjoy some of the luck that the other teams seem to already be harvesting. Further routine work reports will be filed in a secondary log. Sushi is great. Some cookie and cream ice cream would be good too. Tea to warm back up. Good call. Fair game. Food's just good. Everyone should enjoy food. No spiders. Well, you know, you can't win them all. Sometimes you just have to settle. Phase 275. That's a huge jump in phase logs. While the routine logbook has been filled many times over during the past 9 moons, there has been so little of interest to report that I find my previously enthusiastic entries to appear as if written by someone else entirely. These logs are not for personal thoughts, but since no one is ever likely to read them, I am probably safe in saying that I sometimes catch myself wishing I had never received this assignment at all, and was still stationed at the main facility. We discovered a tunnel system today, running through the roof of the cave, which caused a minor rock slide, but no serious injuries were sustained. More's the pity. Perhaps if this place became a hazard, we could all be reassigned. The noises in this mine at night are beginning to play with my mind. That is, when you can tell what time of day it is. Phase 341. Although I have now been in charge of Site B for 2 cycles, this marks my first entry into the excavation log as the new chief attending chemist. Looking through the scarce results filed for the initial year's work, I can see why my predecessor was replaced. In a fraction of that time, I have achieved Team B's first major breakthrough in the discovery of previously unknown Substance 63. And the research team has been assigned tasks in record time. I fully expect complete identification of the substance to be available within 7 phases. Furthermore, I have conducted an investigation into the noises reported by workers in this area of the mine, in the interest of morale. On nights that I spend here, there do indeed appear to be strange, human-like cries coming from somewhere deep in the rocks. But there is bound to be some explanation. Anno 9002. Imagine we had a phone call. Run from monsters. Yeah, ice cream. Oh, it's sushi. Yeah, exactly. Sprinting around from dogs like, yeah, sushi's great. I could really go for some ice cream right about now. What, dog? Don't worry about the dog. Just tell me more about your sushi. Phase 6. Following the discovery of Sub-63, my team has had a second triumph in the unearthing of Artifact 66B. My team and I will, of course, deal with this finding with our usual level of efficiency. Phase 7. The cast has been fit to bring in a Xeno team in order to further extract the true nature of the artifact. I applaud their foresight in this decision, and would only note that if being given the chance, my chemistry team would have performed at least as well in this task. In additional notes, I have completed my analysis of the wailing and chattering sounds reported by those spending large amounts of time in this locale, and concluded that it is a symptom of dehydration. Lack of water has caused very mild hallucination, which, combined with quite natural seismic activity, can sound a little like human voices. A thorough medical examination of the afflicted workers has been recommended, but in the interest of continuing work at maximum capacity, I have instead ordered increased water supplies, and implemented an obligatory 3-minute water break once every 5 hours. Holy fuck. Every 5 hours, you get 3 minutes to drink water. Emotional support gluttons? I wouldn't have it any other way. Frankly, that's the best form of emotional support any being. Bring with us discussions of food. Food's a great distraction. Honestly. It's good stuff. Phase 9. Came to my attention today that the job of mapping the overhead tunnel system in this cave is long overdue, something overlooked from way back during the first stages of the excavation. Sadly, before my arrival, for otherwise it would already have been completed. The officer in charge of the Xeno team is increasingly becoming an obstacle to my own team's research. He insists on overseeing perfectly routine tasks when, given the defection of his second-in-command yesterday, I would suggest his time is better spent taking control of his own responsibilities. At heart, however, I believe him to be a thoroughly devoted follower, which is why I am certain that he would leap at the chance to volunteer for the surveying of the tunnel system. I have tried warning him of the potential hazards, but he simply will not take no for an answer, and asks that I ensure those higher up understand his enthusiasm. Phase 18. In a most disheartening turn, the Chief Xeno officer has not returned from his brave exploration of the tunnel system. Phase 24. In the days since the Chief Xeno officer's foolhardy trespassing into the tunnel system, which now appears to make up the domain of various aggressive local fauna, said creatures have become increasingly hostile, venturing into the excavation site on more than one occasion. This is something which I will be keeping a close eye on. Phase 50. This will be the final entry into the log for excavation site B. Events have forced us to curtail our work. We have taken more than one casualty to the organisms living above this cave system, leaving us no choice but to carry what equipment and documentation we can, abandoning all else. Their attacks have developed a discernible pattern, and we are due another in only a few minutes, so I must hurry. It's ironic, the noises that have been reported since the initiation. Why can't I read that word? Anyway. It's ironic. The noises that have been reported since the initiation of this project are still present, except that now they sound more like laughing. Dude keeps immaculate records of all the subordinates. Honestly. September 4th, I sent Steven to go get eaten. The periodic sacrifice that we must send into the cave system has disembarked. Never mind. Joke flubbed. No longer worth. Please, just want to go that way. Could just kill these guys. I should just kill these guys. Still have not found fuel can. Was it back in the other area? There was a door I couldn't get in. I just threw dynamite at him. Walk it. Go the other way. tool shed? Got the saw in the tool shed. Tool shed was not large, though. I feel like I would have seen it. This was a mistake. Why did I do this? Fine, we're good. Make a great wine cellar. Honestly, probably ideal wine cellar, this entire area. World's largest wine cellar. Let's make bank. Just like set it all down here, forget about it for 3 centuries, you know? Fallout shelter. Hmm. Let's go. It kills you instant. I insta-killed. It's just a little steam. Where'd you start me? To a weird cult, people will appreciate the place's history. Yeah, exactly. Shed, excavation, oh, storage. Then, are there any like little explosive canisters so I don't have to waste one of my dynamite? I don't mind wasting one if I have to, but I don't. Then I don't. Okay, fine. Okay, so somewhere in here I can turn that off. Or just block it? Maybe I block it. Wow. I see. Okay, hang on. Right, because I can't carry. Seems elaborate too. don't know what the point of that is. There is a puzzle here. It involves stacking these crates, because I can't lift the crates. But I need them to be on top of one another. Trying to get up there? Is that what's going on? It seems silly. I don't know about this one, fam. Can get it like over there. I don't know, maybe. Sure, that works. Then this. Okay, sure. Eat it. Janky platform. But we'll take it. Need to find a key. I did find the key. The key is in fact already where it needs to be. Can I go back that way though? Predicament number 2. The return. Abuse the janky physics. Let's go. Craziest parkour ever. If it works, it ain't dumb. Prince of Persia. I don't have his fancy time sand though. Sands of Time is the only Prince of Persia game I have any familiarity with. It's not even because I played it. A friend of mine was like obsessed with that game when we were kids. Stop it. Could have lived. Just know he parkours. He does do a lot of parkour. Sands of Time was fun though, because as long as you were fast enough, you could like die in a spike pit and then reverse time so you never actually fell into the spike pit before you get the game over screen. And that was kind of its whole gimmick. Supposedly Persian, in theory. Theoretically, might be Persian. But I have something. Get it open. On the gas can. Interesting. Can I just saw it off? Burn it off. Just light the whole can on fire. There was the hammer the whole time. Drink, you thirsty beast. Strange hearing that digger.
Seek to find the truth behind all these mysteries, and think it will set you free. But truth is relative, and relatives cannot be trusted to bring good gifts. What you seek lies in the shafts beyond this collapsing of the sky, and if you look closely, so do I. A century of days has passed since I saw this area last. The disease once sought to kill poor Rip, but I took them on a wild poultry chase. They ended dead. They came from out the big metal door, but after all my years, I knew the cave's more. Hide and seek turned to seek and hide, and I buried them here beneath the solid rock sky.
Buddy, how long have you been rehearsing that one? Alright, I guess it's just forward. Hydration has been decreed. Drink that water. What up? It seems so strange now, to have been guided like a blind man by a faceless stranger whose sanity was clearly waning, disposition unknown. For all I knew, this Red didn't even have a disposition to speak of, just a seething mass of conflicting emotions. I knew that my radio-reliant friend must have been cocooned nearby. Perhaps in finding him, I would find myself one step closer to understanding what was going on. In just a couple of hours, I would find what I was looking for, and with it would come answers. I didn't realize at the time, but the answers I found would be for questions I hadn't even asked. Oh yeah, Tupper's good for the water reminder. She'll take care of ya. What do you have to say about that? Like an opening into hell. Never been down this far before. H2O for the H2O. I should have seen that coming. What the fuck? Giant leech? Came through here like a steamroller. How many of them could be down here? Must be my imagination, but it almost feels like there's warm air coming from down there. Go deep enough, the air is going to start getting warm. That's how it be. It shouldn't be that surprising. Spider eggs. Fucking spider eggs. They make me think of being back in Alien Isolation. Don't want to know whether the stain is oil or blood. Have a suspicion. My suspicions, whatever it said. The files are getting newer as I move deeper into the mines. Most of these are dated from around 1965. Strange. Nothing more recent than 1970. Just some old sacks. Can't see where the cables from this lever lead. Interesting. Can I stealth from the spiders? Probably see me in here anyway. I'm not getting any stealth. Door is sealed tight, with no handle. How is it operated? Oh, little fucker. Well hatched. what I thought. It's on a timer. Door's on a timer.
With my remaining ear to the ground, I hear your trembling tootsies padding towards their final destination. Things come to those that wait, whether they want them or not. And soon I think your wait will be over. The great metal door in reality is calling you, just as the Reaper beckons me forward. I look forward to finally greeting you. I only hope I need not greet the Reaper man first.
I hear your trembling tootsies. Sure, buddy. Who says my tootsies are trembling? They are tippy-tapping triumphantly. More contemporary mining crates, although they look more like cages. Tippy-tappy toesies, exactly. Oh. Fancy, ornate storage unit. Just casually down here. Driver. Please. Empty. Draw that. Some bits and pieces, not worth digging through the barbed wire for, though. Valid. If you don't have to dig through the barbed wire, if you just snippy snip it. Another security door. I'll need the code, I suppose. Yep. Sealed off at one stage. I guess it's open now. Yep, and I just came from it, so... already done that route. Need to go that way. Rude. Rude. Getting the angle on me. What an asshole. What an asshole. I have jerky. I'll distract with jerky. Oh, you obnoxious bastard. Jerky. Not looking this way right now anyway. Fine, be that way. Watch from the other side, sure. Refinery. Shaft 13. places that I need to look. Just hug left, and I'll get to the refinery. Surely. Go the other way. You asshole. Not great. How do I get to the refinery from here, then? Took away the crates that I could jump on top of. These ones are too tall. I can't just stand up on top of them and bash them this time. Interesting. God. The good boy train has left the station. Not aboard, it's too late. I mean, they're probably just hungry, right? Down here. Whatever the hell this place is. Rocks look loose. Push it. Why? Why is this place trying to kill me? They need a Kit Kat? Probably more than just a Kit Kat. Wait, hang on. They're dogs. Don't give them Kit Kats. Oh, you... What? What kind of spider can take more than one hit from a pickaxe? Son of a bitch. No, those were Snickers, but the point still stands. It is still a chocolate bar. Come on, I swung. fucking cave that is slightly maze-like with a bunch of spiders. The eggs hatch when I walk by them. Chocolate bar culture's lacking? No, that's fair. All the ads kind of line up with one another after a little while. Excuse you. Excuse me? Why could you have ups like that? Please, stay down. Thank you. That was crazy. It's true, you are less less suggestive. Although I suppose if you're still thinking of the ads, just getting which one's which mixed up, is that much better? You're still thinking about chocolate in the end. Just want to read this note. Can I quietly read this note and not get attacked by a spider? Is that an option? 24th February, 1972. I write this note in the knowledge that it may well serve as my last will and testament. Hear you, you bastard. Little... Everybody's thinking about chocolate. That is the human condition. Cannot lie. Myself and 3 other miners have been trapped beneath the main shaft to the surface for what we believe to be 3 days. But with no daylight and increasing dehydration, it's impossible to tell. The only thing keeping us alive is the hope that there could be a rescue team already on the way. We were all so positive at the start, but that seems long ago now. Renton was the first to crack, sometime during the first night. We all just lay there, trying to sleep through the sound of his wailing, sobbing, trying to pretend his problems weren't our own, and that he was weak for having given up so soon. The fact was, he was dealing with the situation pretty realistically. Our chance of survival gets smaller every hour. Since then, he hasn't said much. The despair that gripped him seems to have spread through the rest of us like a cancer. We were such fools to ignore the foreman. And he paid for that with his life. When he started putting security code locks on all of the doors, we thought he was crazy. There's only us down here after all. So why should we need codes to access places we're all allowed to go? He gave us all code sheets, made us swear to keep them safe. Mine hasn't left my locker more than once. It's still there. Doesn't get much safer than that. We asked him who we were keeping them safe from, but he never said. It was a pain in the arse. It's what it was. I had to trek all the way to that crazy biologist's office in the mining room this morning, just to check the code for Section C. But he obviously knew something about these mines we didn't. Some of the guys started acting weird. Not crazy weird, just not normal. That didn't stop a couple of them being carted off to the mainland, Europe, for psychiatric help. It was no one I knew well, until the incident 3 days ago. We were in chemical storage, when one of the guys who had seemed pretty straight just started shouting. It wasn't a normal kind of shouting. I'm not any kind of wordsmith, so I just don't know how to describe the noises he was making. We'll just have to stick with not normal. Anyway, he managed to hurt a couple of guys, damaged some equipment before we got him under control, nothing serious. When we released him, he seemed okay. Phased, but alright. Didn't really know where he was. Far away look in his eyes. That look. I'll remember that for the rest of my days, even if there aren't many more of them left. His pupils weren't dilated, they just seemed to take up more space than should be possible. Black and horrible. Then he snapped. Grabbed up one of the high-rated explosive packs. He knew what he intended. Saw it in those eyes. Those that could made a run for it. The guy was already bearing down on the foreman. He didn't have a chance. There were 5 of us who made it out to the exit shaft. Only 4 survived the explosion. The elevator shaft collapsed in on us. And now, it's anyone's guess how many are still trapped down here. The last thing I saw was those eyes. It seemed like they were staring at me, and me alone. Miles Staton. Why is there a 4th page? Okay. Pop. Thank you. What did I get from that? I didn't get anything. Come on, please. Or jerky. Blank note, great. There are more fucking spiders. Right.
Unless my friends lie somewhere near you now. A friend in need is a friend indeed. But a friend that's dead is a poor conversationalist. May they rest in pieces, ruptured, decomposing pieces.
Okay. You gotta be like that though, dude. It's not a blank note. It just I don't have the means to make whatever is on it legible. Visible ink of sorts, if you will. It's worth a shot. That does mean I don't have any new answers. Still haven't made it over to the refinery, which I should. Alright. Be good. Maybe. There's another one right around here, isn't there? So stealthy. Come on, feller. How'd you go? I like. Oh. Yeah? Right? Finder's this way, though. Keep eating. Don't turn around. Take your time. Oi. Oh boy. This must be the hub where all the rock from the mine is collected and refined. These pistons would crush every bone in my body. Naturally, that's where your mind should go first. Control panel for those pistons. I can't push any of them. Conveyor belt. I wonder where it goes. Take us to the strangest places, you know? I do what I can. This wire connects those buttons up to that pressing machine. Can I disconnect it? Can't tell me there's nothing to do in here. I mean, I do my best to be chill enough to have those lulling, the lulling vibes, you know? Hope you sleep well. Take it easy, and I'm sure we'll see you soon. As always, thanks for being here. Every time it's a pleasure, my friend. Blessed Eevees, exactly. What do I have? Ow, my leg. It's a terrible idea. What do you mean, how's it gonna work? I will absolutely take the fault for that one. You can 100% point at me and be like, it's this one's fault. I was talked into it. They're just so good. And you got a cool hat out of it, too. Is it really all that bad? Stuck. Oh. So I have to do something in here first. Can't crouch low enough to get in here. So I have to put something on the conveyor belt. Alright. Take it easy. You're back to your normal schedule, are you? If that's the case, then I'm sure I will see you very soon. Till then, sleep well. Sweetest of dreams. Broken lower? Excellent. Perfect. Excellent. Excellent and wonderful. I can push these. Okay. As always, I'm sure you'll go live when I'm at work. So I'll do my best to tune in as soon as possible. If those 3. Terrible with these puzzles on a good day. The bottom one's only lower. One second. Let me make note of what these actually all do. this is actually gonna help me at all, honestly. The more I'm doing it, the more I'm like, no. No, no, no. Let me just piss about until something works. There we go. Sweet. Sweet.
Ah, only the engraving etched in the back of my mind can compare to the sight you must be seeing. Now power has returned. I wish I could be there with you, but circumstances do not allow for such frivolities. Maybe soon there is something you can do about that. But tell me, are there ever melted conveyances now churning in the rock room? I think I know what they mean. It is some kind of heaven or a utopia.
Okay. Some sort of spare motor. Conveyor belt's closed off. How do I unclose it? Just, you know, throw everything down that way and then see what we can piss with. Something will work. Maybe one of those huge worm things came through here. Rather believe it was standard corrosion, but I doubt it. Why would it spin in such a small circle, though? Right? See if anything does anything. Basil. Oh. Maybe I could knock it down. Well, I did just throw all of my stuff into the conveyor belt. This table don't move. Ain't that tragic? No way. There we go. I was like, hang on. There is no way. That was not the last save.
Ah, only the engraving etched in the back of my mind can compare to the sight you must be seeing. Now power has returned. I wish I could be there with you, but circumstances do not allow for such frivolities. But tell me, are there other belted conveyances now churning in the rock room? I think I know where they lead. It is some kind of heaven or a utopia.
Come on. Get knocked down. Excellent. Oh, all the stuff that I put in the belt would have come that way. Something I put in must have just gummed it up, because nothing actually knocked that down. Fuck, I keep forgetting about fall damage. Now I need stuff up there. Posture check? Yeah, that's fair. So do a hole. Tell all of you to do it. Do one of these. Get your shoulders back. Keep your spine as straight as possible. Keep your head, tuck the chin in. Get your arms. Arms are gonna be like in this kind of, keep them in a 90-degree angle. And just squeeze your fucking shoulder blades. Maintaining that chin tucked in posture and your back straight. And just like push your palms back while squeezing your shoulder blades together. Just as tight as you can. Camera's not quite wide enough for me to like show all of it, unfortunately, but do that and hold it for like, I don't know, anywhere from 5 to 30 seconds or something, and just like let all through here. Yeah. Ow. Yeah. That's how you know you need to do it. That's a really good, like, shoulder correctional posture thing. Because most of us, especially where you do art, I know you need this. But where most of us are like little gamer gremlins, all kind of like fucking squinched in on ourselves, it pulls our shoulders forward and squeezes together, like squeezes our chest. Especially creatures of the desk, 100,000%. But like, your shoulders rolling forward, crush your chest together, and that fucks with your entire shoulder and neck posture. It pushes your head forward, everything gets all tight and scrunched, and that's bad for your shoulders. So you gotta like, straighten up your spine, roll the shoulders back, tuck the chin in, try to like maintain a straight line with your spine essentially, and just shoulders, squeeze them shoulders together. You can also rotate your arms. That sucks especially bad too, and that'll work different parts. I got that one. I used to work in a little shop that was owned by someone who was in physical therapy. Like, he owns a physical therapy chain of sorts. And I had like a particularly bad shoulder at that time. So he was constantly seeing me just like trying to massage out a knot that would not go away. And he was like, I am fucking sick of watching you do that. Get over here. And basically just like snapped me around on a table for a second and then showed me that stretch. Yeah, it's rough. It's a rough one. The easiest way to make sure you've got your spine in check as well is to basically like assume kind of a wall sit posture. It's being pressed up against the wall. You can feel when from your tailbone to the back of your head, it should be able to like press flat against the wall the entire stretch of it, the whole time. Basically back of head all the way down to tailbone, flat against wall. You should be able to touch the wall with both of your elbows when you're in that position, and you should be able to touch the backs of your hands to the wall as well. And all of that should stay flush with the wall. I cannot do it. I literally can't do it. But you're gonna roll a ball between the back and the... Yeah, that's good too. That kind of works out different. That'll like massage out knots. I don't know, there's a lot. I keep breaking my fucking legs. Yeah, there are a lot of little things where most of us, honestly, most people in general, like, we're a very desk-based culture now, unfortunately. But even then, it's not just that. Like, anyone who does stuff with their hands in general is probably assuming a pretty poor posture. Whole facility must be a death trap. This fan would slice meat in a second. Millisecond. Wonder if I can stop it. Desk-based shrimpy dudes, exactly. That's the entirety of humanity. Hatch is open, but there's a safety grill in the way. I wonder if this is where old bolt cutters come into play. Nope. Right. Actively trying to correct it. Care for it. Starting to have a little hump. Yeah, it really gets to you. Another good one, if you have like one of those foam rollers, you can kind of roll out your upper spine on those. There are a few different ways to do that. I'm not as well versed in that one, so I would look up actual proper methods in that regard. But I know it is good. It's a good thing to do. Head too far forward, yeah. And that's kind of what was causing a lot of my shoulder pain and stuff too. Like naturally growing up, playing PC games and stuff, get pretty forward as well. So I do my best to also try and be conscious of that. Problem is, I am also prone to just sitting like an absolute twat. Basically, like, you know all the memes about how the gays sit in their seats. They are accurate. What am I missing with this one? Bisexual sitting, uh-huh. It's real. Very real, and it very much will fuck up your day if you if you aren't careful. We done it. I probably need that motor to be over here, don't I?
We are now such good and lasting friends. I have gifted you with my love. Perhaps you could gift me with something. After all, the laws of politeness would be shattered if you were to appear at my party without a gift. Poor Red is so hungry. He could eat both the horse and the young rippling stable hand. Sadly, pony flesh is so hard to come by in this part, and man meat is so bland. If your eyes happened upon a scurrying rodent, would you deliver the crunchy feast by way of a final meal?
He wants to eat people. No, he doesn't want to eat people. He ate too many people. Now he's tired of eating people. Man meat is bland, so clearly he tried eating people and was like, no, this sucks. What a freak. What a freaky freak. Running like clockwork. There's a nice surprise. I don't know if I like this. There is a pattern to it. Never gonna remember the pattern. Question is it insta death? Exactly. Exactly. It won't kill me instantly. This is good news. I'm losing blood, but I should be okay. Let me just stand here for a sec. cover. This one every month. I am losing blood, but I will be okay. The horrors persist. That one killed me. The first one was a warning. The second one killed me. Noted. I do need to fucking memorize this pattern. Okay, hang on though. Absolutely insane. You just should. You should. That's a great response. Like, how you doing? Oh, I'm bleeding out. Listen, the way I see it, it'll scare away the people that deserve to be scared away. The real ones will stay with you. Man. Oh, why did you stop sprinting? That was it. Micronap, CP Seeps time. I'll try not to yell. Excellent. That'll do. That'll fucking do. Bunch of whack dreams. Forest creatures and a murderous grandfather. You should, as spooky as they are, jot those down and make like a short story or something out of it. piggybacked onto me to run away from wild skunks. I appreciate that Dream You thinks I'm strong enough to piggyback anybody and run for any stretch of time. Wild raccoons and foxes at my mom and dad's house. They're just chilling, having a little tea time. Probably avoiding the skunks, exactly. Hide in the attic and call the cops on your grandpa. Fascinating. Fascinating. I mean, that would explain why I had to call the cops. Alright. Often dream of school or being in a play and not knowing your lines. Yeah, that'd be horrifying. Have good seeps. Have good seepy seeps. If I don't hear from you in like a half hour, I'm gonna come wake you up. Natural disaster dreams, yeah. I do remember that. Mentioned multiple times. I just don't have any dream recollection at all. Very, very rarely do I wake up and be like, hey, I dreamed. Period. Couldn't tell you what it was about. Just, it's rare to even be aware that it happened. Yeah, that's... Could she have anxiety? No. Not at all, right? Anyway. Yeah, anxiety is a weird, fickle beast. Again, if you're not back chatting in like 30 minutes, I'm coming to wake you up so you don't oversleep. Well, like, the difference is at least you can have like a story out of them. It's like, despite not recalling the contents, an uncomfortable sleep will still like be spotty, right? Glad I remember unclipping my teeth. What? I've been hovering on this for a hot second. A cart and tracks for transporting ore. As far as I know, they use the same set up to this day. Great. But no, like, my issue is I will still have dreams and or nightmares. And they can still disturb my sleep quality. I just won't remember what they were. So I have all of the lacking fun of a nightmare and none of the recollection to at least have something to like draw from, you know? Like, as a horror fan, despite the unpleasantry of a nightmare, it would at least be nice to have it as, like, an inspiration material or something. But it's just gone. Just cross because anytime too hot or sleep in a weird position, having nightmares, yeah. Yeah, take that nap. 8 cans of the olives, though? That's pretty chill. That's pretty chill. For context, so Tupper really likes black olives, but primarily just this one really specific brand that can't be obtained in Canada. Cannot. We cannot get them here. So anytime her dad has to cross the border, if he has the means to do so, he will bring back like a flat of these cans of olives. There's like a literal flat of them. Get a stockpile. What? This wall, it's new. The cement's almost wet. Can't have been put up more than a week ago. What the hell? I mean, it's none of their business. Shouldn't matter to them anyway. Well, it came off the tracks somehow. I don't know how it flipped upside down. But it broke the wall anyway. Teen visited sister in Spain. Back with 6 bottles of this juice. Yeah, why not? Malakaton? I need to look up what that is. Oh, it's a peach drink. This Malakaton is just Spanish for peach. I'm letting the ads roll out. I want to finish this conversation. Have you been released? Freed from ad purgatory? Yeah, I don't know about any specific brand, but it is a peach and grape beverage. Solevita? Solevita? Maybe? Melocotón y uva? I don't know Spanish, so... Anyway. Oh, it's one of the worms. Looks to be a smaller species of that worm thing I saw earlier, or just a juvenile. It's been dissected, the internal organs removed. Couldn't be much older than that wall I demolished. Scalper? awful. It does kind of look a little sausagey, doesn't it? Forbidden barbecue. I mean, a grub this big's probably got some decent protein in it, right? Hang on. Let me turn off my flashlight so I'm not burning the battery while I read that. KNR Thursday, 1st January 1974. Increased sea traffic causes local concern. Inhabitants of a small village in the relatively desolate northwest have been reporting witnessing uncharacteristically large volumes of seaborne traffic over the past 6 months. Northwest Greenland is virtually uninhabited by modern standards, containing just 0.1 persons per square kilometer, 1/3 of the national average. Sea trade has dropped off dramatically since the closure of the northwestern lead and iron mines in March 1972. The mine itself ceased operation due to massive structural failure following an apparently accidental detonation of standard mining explosives, where all 47 workers were assumed killed in the blast. Bodies were not recovered. Now, locals are complaining of noise pollution caused by a high and steady volume of ships sailing close to shore. Unfortunately, in order for any form of official inquiry to be undertaken, the registration codes of the ships in question must be recorded, and since villagers claim the ships only travel under cover of darkness, this may mark a difficulty for their ongoing quest for justice. Eric Nunat. He was very squish. Oh, he's spin. Let's go. Wee wee. All right. Anyway, hundreds of newspaper clippings, all to do with biomedical sciences, local wildlife, or field study. It's badly faded, but it looks like a close-up view of some species of annelid. Well, look at TOS. Well, I guess we're gonna find out, huh? That's a fire I've chosen to dabble with. The medical notes. They look to have been disturbed recently. Keep giving me these things to read, but I have my flashlight turned on. Take my battery. I know I barely use it anyway, but come on. Come on. Copenhagen Post. Friday, 25th December, 1970. Superstition extinct. Death mines still breathing? A worker at the Northwestern Iron Mine, Greenland, is missing, presumed dead, as of midnight last night. Locals fear foul play. Mining now forms the largest single industry in Greenland. At 16 years old, the Northwestern Iron Mine is a relatively new part of a larger complex, which also includes a lead operation and is built on the site of an older mine, later converted into a military bunker and finally closed in 1952. The iron mine retains its excellent work record in spite of the recent disappearance of an as yet unnamed worker. We have discovered that the man in question was a young laborer brought in from mainland Europe, possibly Denmark, and authorities on both sides of the strait are currently attempting to contact any family he may have left behind. The man disappeared 10 days ago, and the mine foreman has now exercised his power to declare him presumed dead. This decision, we are told, was not taken lightly. A full search of the mining operation was commissioned to no avail. Without the appropriate equipment or transport, the man could not have survived on the surface. Although superstition in Greenland has seen a decrease in popularity over the past years, some local inhabitants still claim that the land itself is cursed. This very paper ran a report almost 40 years ago to the day, discussing high suicide figures for the area, but findings at the time were considered to be inconclusive. Lars Jensen. A 60s microscope, functional for research purposes, but we've come a long way since these were common. Old newspaper. Images and notes relating to the gray rockworm. This thing is big. For an invertebrate. Whoa. A cohort. A man with no name. It is he who opens this gateway to hell. A grin on his face. He is terrible indeed. He watches the men writhe and turn. Still, Father looks on. Something vital in his hand. I suppose I can trust these things a bit more. Not dead yet, still, they must have a purpose. What could it be? Was that not the same thing you said the last time you used one? Just like... didn't go very far. Anyway. Should give him a name. We're already pretty endeared to him, we might as well. Open to suggestions. Just a little mouth. Although it doesn't look very mouthy. Locked from the other side, but I think the key's still in the lock. Is that what the screwdriver's for? Looks like there's something stuck in the keyhole. Guardian to hell, night of devils, nightmare of living beings. Bob. Bob. Fear him. He is Bob. Poking the key out isn't going to achieve anything. I need a way to collect it from under the door once I've pushed it out. Let's go. Yeah, Bob, jeez. What are you doing, buddy? Relax. Actually, he does look pretty relaxed, don't he? He's got to come with us, though, so... relaxing time's over, Bob. Oh, more Bob. It's an artificial habitat. Those things look long dead. I think I know how they felt, not being able to get out. So much death and disease down here. I suppose slugs were an inevitability. Let him go. What are you? Can't interact with it. R.I.P. Bobs. Tragic. You will all be missed. Maybe we return this Bob to those Bobs. Right? That seems fair? I think that seems fair. Live on, Bob. I mean, yeah, it's gone. Well, it's too late now. Professor, these are the biomedical journals of Dr. J. Petrus. Petiers? MCS PhD. Completed between the dates of 30 March 1969 and 1st January 1972. At the Northwestern Research Station within the Northwestern Iron Mine, with the permission of Delta Mining Corp. Replication of selected extracts left at the disposal of mine foreman. Subject of study: genus Rhycophila, commonly gray rock worm. Aim: to investigate the abnormal presence of the caddis in the Greenland rock. Method: collection of samples. If needed, they can be identified correctly. Standard series of testing, observation, and dissection. Personal notes: upon arriving at the mine facility, I was immediately stunned by the sheer volume of fauna that finds a way of life down here, despite the conditions. In general, one would assume that species whose natural habitat is past a certain depth would find the intrusion of human activity too great a threat to remain in place. However, almost the exact opposite seems to be the case in this instance. It is curious that certain areas of the mine appear to be entirely without life of any kind, and yet other, deeper areas are teeming, and, were the situation permitting, I would embrace the opportunity to commit further time to the study of these organisms. However, the purpose of my stay here shall continue to be the genus Rhycophila. Ah, finally, some writing paper. Look at me, just using up the pages to scrawl down whatever comes into my head. Ah, what is this stuff anyway? Some kind of research paper. No matter, it's paper all the same. I can finally record what's been happening down here for, I suppose, about a year now? It must be near the end of 2001 by now. Huh. I wonder when Christmas was. No matter, too tired to write now. We'll rest a little first. Professor, samples collected. The collection process has been far easier than I anticipated. The setup of the artificial environment for the rockworm went without a hitch, and the specimens themselves are so abundant as to make keeping them out far more challenging than containing them. They are all of healthy size, perhaps even beyond recorded size, and I can only assume that this is due to some lack of natural predators down here. Specimens are as follows: 3 adults in artificial habitat, 2 larval infants, dead. Baby Bobs, all the babies, exactly. I've been down here for 2 days now. Was meaning to record events every day, but was too busy securing the area. I used some supplies from the old mining system to wall myself in here. It seems as safe a place as any, so those things should at least stay put for a little while. To that end, seems I've had a pretty lucky stumbling here. All this old research is about something similar to what's been hunting me ever since I escaped the shelter 4 days ago. Don't get me wrong, after what they did to me back there, I'd rather be facing anything else, and after almost a year of fighting for our lives, we didn't really stand a chance anyway. I didn't know how many are left inside. But this is good. These notes might have some way to fight the things, the rockworms that followed me here. I don't know how they knew I was coming, or how they managed to follow me in the dark, but maybe I can work that out now. I've got some old newspaper clippings. I guess they're referring to this mine. I had no idea it was so old, so big. I can see now why they built that facility here in the first place. A lot of history buried down here. It worries me, though. We'd been resting all our hopes of rescue on one of the scientists who escaped right near the start of it all. He got out almost as the chaos began, so we figured he might have made it out, brought help. But maybe me and him are due the same fate. I must record What's been going on? Give the world the answers it needs to. It needs so it doesn't fall prey to what's been released down here. But first, I need to worry about myself, find a way out of here, and work out how to kill these worm things. Observation. The creatures are indeed larger than has previously been recorded. The juveniles seem to still be growing, far beyond their natural limits, although the adults have now expired. I will watch with interest to see what the lifespan is of this particular subspecies. The worms appear to have 3 senses, as would be validated by previous research: taste, smell, and an extremely sensitive sense of touch, which allows them to detect vibrations in the rock in the same way that the human eye senses beams of light and processes them into spatial images. Their natural prey is insects smaller than themselves, and heavens help those insects because the worm is a vicious and efficient killer. He's wrong. They have no sense of smell. Today I attempted to distract them with a concoction I found lying around, but to no avail. However, it does seem that they detect movement via vibrations, which would explain how they can see in the dark. Damn, there's almost no way to escape them down here. I'm on their territory now. Lifespan is 3 days and counting. I can still hear them outside the wall. As an extra precaution, I've locked myself in the smaller study area connected to the main lab room. If they get through that wall, I doubt this door will stop them, but it's better than nothing. Barely. This is a long one. Wow, Conclusions. This subspecies of genus Rhyacophila is highly adapted for its environment. If released above the surface, it seems likely that it would quickly destroy the existing rockworm population, and soon after that, the population would grow to a size far outstripping its own food supplies. Given its increase in size and lifespan already due to unknown conditions, I would hypothesize that the worm, if left in such conditions for a reasonable period of time, perhaps 3 to 4,000 years, could grow up to a further 3 inches, making it a total of almost 1 foot long. However, should those conditions change, or indeed magnify, physical evolution could occur far more rapidly. It's the 5th day today, and I swear they have begun to surround my location. I can't tell whether or not they have breached the wall I built, but I am certain they've entered whatever area surrounds this room. The future looks increasingly bleak. Got time before Bob leaves the household? Yeah, a little bit of time. I intended to record here the events of the past year in the hope that perhaps what occurred could be contained or driven away. Now I realize I could write all I wanted. No one will ever make it down here to read it. So why write this now? Good question. I have no answer. All I do know is I'd rather take my own life than die at the jaws of those hideous monsters. I've tied a noose. Those monsters may feed on my corpse, but they won't take my life. Grim, buddy. But it seems they might have taken your life based on this giant hole in the wall. Holding a bob as it tries to eat other people. Yeah. Don't worry. He's genuinely very sweet, I promise. The debris, I'd say something huge broke into the room not too long ago. There's blood and slime everywhere. I can't go through, for some reason. So what is my goal?
While you hunt for those delicate, melt-in-your-mouth mousy morsels, there are places you should not go, for fear of death. The Reaper lives here, just like you and I. And just like you and I, he must ingest the living flesh of those less fortunate than him. There is a small place that I do not want you to visit, even on your holidays, because it is dark and evil place that I've been. when the darkness has overwhelmed my small decaying mind. Some bad things flowed from my mind and through my pen. The brilliant blue ink itself seemed to turn to blood into my grace. And by the way, should you turn peckish, red is at its finest sautéed with a little engine oil.
Ew. Buddy. Sauteed with engine oil. We wonder why he's going crazy. Somehow it might not have been just being locked down here. Who could have thunk? There's a mess of statistics and crude drawings on this chalkboard. They all relate to a large species of annelid. They are also very faint, so I'm impressed you could make that out. Stacks of books. They're a mixture of industrial reference material and scientific journals. Where do I go? Hello? This seriously looks like the way. But I can't. I can't go through. There's only one green, bloodied, land-dwelling creature big enough to loose this much blood. But I don't see many skink lizards hanging around. Interesting. What did I get from all that? What was the point? Come on. Rude dude. I think I'm going back to section C, I think. There was something in there that I couldn't do. This. I still don't have that though. Yeah, you know. Sometimes you just gotta pulse a little bit. It'll be okay. It never lasts forever. See right there. Should be okay. I'll be fine. Get this. Go-go juice. I don't remember what we found in 13. It's fine. It's all fine. Evil dog. Very evil. So I don't know what the purpose of turning these on is. Right, this is where we found a note to begin with. The changing room. This must have been close to the main entrance to the mine. How many people worked down here? People died. Cave in. Must have been a route up to the surface. How can you determine that? Yeah, this is where we found the note, but there's not much else here. Pipes are dirty. The place is dead. Water that's collected is a shade browner than it should be. I think it's more than a shade browner than water should be. If water is any shade of brown, something's off, fam. I don't know that you can call that water anymore. Stuck his butt in that crate. Can't get out. Truly tragic. We did the refinery. Shaft 12 is this way. Where's that map? There's a map, right? Map! I know this is where we just came from, but I don't feel like we got enough from this area. We're missing something down here. We have to be. I am confusion. Maybe. So I need to have something in my inventory actively. Just burn it. Must have been in a great deal of pain. Wonderful. There's something. Throat. Tickle. KNR. Monday, 7th June, 1993. Minor land collapse in northwestern mountain range. Seismologists on placement from the mainland reported yesterday that a small area of tundra, about 100 square meters, collapsed into a cavity beneath the surface of the snow. The land was uninhabited. The area in question is part of the northwestern mountain range, and the collapse was only noticed due to its coinciding with the arrival of an annual seismic survey team. Experts have suggested natural cavities in the Earth's crust as the cause of the collapse. Although, due to its vicinity to an old system of mines from the 1970s, they have not ruled out the possibility of some kind of delayed explosion or other seismic activity. The probability that the mine is to blame for the event, however, is low, since it is very unlikely that activity on the scale observed could occur without some kind of human interference below the surface. And Dixon. That told me fuck all. Actually, still don't know what we're doing here. Honestly, I don't know if our character knows what we're doing here. We came here because we got a letter from our deceased dad telling us to go to a bank that we didn't know he had any connection with, and everything in his account, or in the vault or whatever, was now rightfully ours. But he requested only that we take all of the documents that were located there and just burn them. And instead of doing that, we read them, and they brought us here. And still, that's kind of all the context we have. We're piecing together kind of what has happened to the mine, but we don't know why we're here. That doesn't sound like best dad. I mean, like, he did tell us to burn the documents. So he was trying to keep us away from this. But also, he would have been involved in whatever was going on here, so maybe not. Maybe not best. Could be good dad, but maybe not best person. I am kind of at a loss now, though. Still don't know what these do. These are marked as steam pipes. They do quite a lot of damage. Maybe I could use them. Am I supposed to, like, be trying to lure something into them? No, like, yeah, we found documents in the stuff that he left us. And he told us to burn those documents, but instead, we let curiosity take hold, read the documents, and now we're here. Yeah, so it's our fault. Dad was evidently involved in something sketchy. But the fact that we're now wrapped up in it is entirely our fault. This door doesn't do anything. It will never open again. I feel like I'm supposed to have this figured out, but I absolutely do not. I didn't know you could break those. Yes, the suspicious money is going into crafting supplies. Uh-huh. Could have been the life. Instead, we were like, read the papers. Go to the mine. Go to the mine in Greenland. That Greenland mine. It's impressive how those blow open like that. What delicate lids. Make a choice at the start. That'd be awesome. Just give you the decision right from the get-go. And if you burn the documents, it just gives you, like, several paragraphs of how your life proceeds as normal. Before the game ends, credits roll. I feel like I was supposed to try and lure dogs into the steam rooms and then just steam them to death. But it's too late. I've killed them all. I hit them with a pickaxe. There was one Far Cry that did that, yeah. Sort of. I forget which one it was, but the villain basically just tells you to wait. And if you do actually just sit there and wait for him, you get a cutscene and the game ends. Fourth one? Nice. Those are games that I have not played. You could choose not to engage. See, that's fun. It's fun giving you that option for, like, a cheeky extra ending. Obviously, it's not the game or the ending, but you have the option of making that an ending. You didn't deserve that, I'm sorry. She lives. How was Nappy? Did you enjoy? Little CPs? Yeah. That's Bob. Bob. Worm Bob. Bob Worm. I am impressively stumped on what to do. So I might have to, unfortunately, defer to a guide. I'd prefer not to, but I may have to. And it worked. We love Bob. Bob is our friend. Bob will never hurt us. Why did you let me? Something in this room. I can do something with it in this room. 'Cause it wasn't letting me take it out of my inventory in the other room. What? Huh? Hang on. Why can I take it out of my inventory now? Yeah, that's fair. Alright, let me try this one last thing. And I will adhere to the demands of the stretch break. Alright, fine. That wasn't it. Okay. Alright. Put on the tunes. Sure. Cute. Why not? Gravity Rush is fun. I need to actually play the second game. I started it, but I didn't get very far. Anyway. That was a good time. Grab a drink, grab a snack, go to the washroom, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, stretch your fingers, do whatever you need to do. I'm gonna grab a micro snack, probably. It's been a hot minute since I've eaten anything, and I'm getting a little peckish. Little peckish. So, do all the doings. We'll be right back. Promise. Pinky promise. I'll be quick. Alright? We'll see you shortly. we have returned. We come bearing pizza and a beer. God, there was music. Honestly, a lot of them lately probably deserve to have scary music. Asking a little old lady about rising prices. What song was playing? Just gonna vibe here for a sec and fucking eat some of this pizza. You know? You know? It's just the way it's gonna be. I hope everyone's having some fun. I'm enjoying. I am still gonna have to look up what the hell I'm doing, because I'm definitely lost, but first, a pizza. Cheers. Oh yeah. I got those little trembles going. I was hungry. I swear I'm the worst for that. I'm very much the, it's time to eat when... You know it's time to eat when your body is trembling type of people. I'll just forget that food is a concept. We are back with pizza. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna show off the, I went on this tangent about how it's an Atlantic Canada thing. You have to have garlic fingers with your pizza. It's literally like a necessary side. And nowhere else has garlic fingers. And when I say it's like basically just a cheese pizza, I'm not lying. Like, look at this. It is literally cheese pizza, but it's cut into strips. The cut on these ones is unfortunately really bad, but one sec. Give me just one strip, please, so I can show off that it's a strip. Yeah, so they get cut into strips. Right? Little bitty strippies. And then you have this really thick, like, I don't know if it'll even show because it's all really bright, but it's super thick sauce. Like, look at how, look. Look at that. No motion at all. That's all just like garlic and condensed milk. Mind you, it is cold as well. It's like not really dipping at all right now. Yeah, the donair might not be good anymore. That sucks. But it gets paired with a sauce that is basically just like a sweet, thick garlic sauce. To be fair. Yours is fine? Okay. Mine seems to have, like, oxidized. Because I'm not getting anything out of it. Nah, it's fine. The issue is, it's leftover pizza. And the sauce cups did not come with lids. So they've just been sitting in the fridge. But that's the thing. You get basically just a cheese pizza with a garlic cream base. And it gets cut into strips. Then you have that really thick donair sauce. And you do the dipping. It's just garlic and cheese on top of garlic. It's all good. Genuinely. I know I keep saying it's an Atlantic Canadian thing, so you probably can't order it. Unless your pizza shop that you like to go to is like a little local one, and they'll do some custom stuff for you. But you gotta have that custom cut. The issue is the donair sauce is also an Atlantic Canadian thing, so you'll have to make that at home. But the fortunate thing is it's very simple. Like, genuinely, if you Google a donair sauce recipe, you'll see how stupid simple it is. It's really basic. I think the one that I found was literally just called Maritime Donair Sauce Recipe, and it was like 3 ingredients. Like, it is not hard. Look at that. Tupper's on it. It's so basic. But if you're ordering pizza in Atlantic Canada, you have to order garlic fingers. Obviously, the exception is if it's like a personal pizza. Is that in the article? That's amazing. No. If you're ordering like a little personal pizza, naturally you're only going to get the personal pizza and not the garlic fingers, because that's too much food. But as soon as... Do you put condensed milk on porridge? I don't know. I don't know about that one. That's a good question. All I know is sweet condensed milk is just thick. It makes the sauce really sweet and really thick, but it keeps it like a creamy sauce. In general, I'm not super well versed in porridge though, so I can't help with that one. I said it earlier, but I really need to play this game too. I've played Near Replicant. That was a great time. And people do nothing but praise Automata. Tricky thing with Nier, though, is I know that there are a bunch of alternative endings, and they come from like New Game Plus stuff. So I feel like I'm gonna have to go back and do all of those. And then I don't know how the alternative endings work in Automata, but I know that it has a few as well. I don't know. Stuff. Eagle brand sweetened condensed milk is common here. Okay. And I can't imagine there's a huge selection of like different types of sweet condensed milk. I feel like it must be a pretty similar product regardless of what it is. Just trying so hard not to crunch into the mic. The crust is really crunchy. Oh, as I was saying, if you can go to a pizza shop and order a cheese pizza with a garlic cream base and have them cut it into strips and then just make the donair sauce at home. Trust me. But I need to stress the importance that the garlic fingers are not the main dish. They're a side. They accompany your regular pizza. So it needs to be a time when you're eating pizza with a friend or something, because it's a lot of food. You are essentially just getting 2 pizzas. But they're great. Trust me. Trust me. You'll love it. Was it more of a garlic cream, or was it like a garlic butter when you used to work there? Because that does make a difference. It can be garlic cream or garlic butter, but I stress the garlic cream because it does make it more of an actual sauce base. The garlic butter just gets kind of messy. Especially where you're then melting cheese on top of it, it's a lot of just grease. It used to be butter, so it must be some kind of garlic cream now then. Although it does still look like garlic butter, the way that it's just seeping. It's less greasy or not, it's still pretty greasy. House-made, that would make a difference. Sorry that I'm just sitting here eating. Extra sorry if I'm making a few of you hungry. I know it's kind of late for a handful of you. I just had to eat. It's dinner time, I'm sorry. actually be pretty greasy. My fingers are a wreck right now. I'm sorry. I would honestly make a horrible mukbang channel. I do not have the capacity to fit as much food as they are required to eat. I'm a very tiny person. My stomach can't handle mukbang. Although, if someone else wanted to pay for the food, I would try. I won't say no to free food. Facebook pokes. I keep forgetting that was even a thing. Straight up larking. Hence one. Wow. Rapscallion is a great word. I need to finish this fucking game too already. I've started this one. Scallywag is good too. It's not in the same vein, but talking about good words. You need to start adding fucking latherskite to your to your repertoire. It's a great word. Latherskite. Basically, just an aggressive way to describe someone who likes to talk their mouth off with no particular substance to what's being said. Partake in blather. Give me just one more moment. I need to wash hands. Too very greasy. It's a good word. It's a great word. really on a near kick, isn't it? They're great games. Alright. Final indulgence. Let's pop this. I got, naturally, a little Guinness. So, Guinness and pizza, right? It's a great combo. But the way the nitro cans pop, I gotta... Here. Just for you. It's a good one, because it has a funny little hiss to it when the nitro marble does its thing. And I pour it into a giant sauce jar, because, you know, what else are you gonna do? Alright. Oy, 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 oy. Thank you for bearing with. Sometimes food just has to happen. Then you realize how badly it needed to happen, and you're like, uh-oh. Wow. This should have happened hours ago. Alright, just the final step before I am back. I need to figure out what the hell I'm supposed to do here. Bruh. Sure. That doesn't help at all. Shut up. Shut up, Sam. It's supposed to be a fluorescent light. That's what we're missing. I don't remember encountering any fluorescent lights. This seems like the place that would have it, though, right? A little sciencey lab. Alright, because this is the room. It wasn't letting me... take the note out in here for some reason. can't be down here. That does confirm that I wasn't crazy. I can't take the note out of my inventory when I'm in here. Bitch. Bitch. What do you mean? What are you thinking? We'll find this info. Hmm? What? 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 Ah. That's why the room felt like nothing, because we didn't get the thing in the room. There's some text showing up on the blank paper. Storage password 1371. Beautiful mind equation. I can't believe. I can't believe I didn't see that little fucking button. I have no idea how much of this game is actually left. We're in, finally. Assuming what I just saw was toward the end of the walkthrough, we are very close to done.
Really, the hunger is becoming rather uncomfortable here. How far away are you? You cannot be far. I am held captive by a wall of stone in the northeast of the mine. As in any drama, there are many roles to be played. You must act the scientist in mixing potions, act the renegade in plots of destruction. On your travels for the tools with which you will fashion my rescue, you may discover the place of my last meal. Be careful. The shiny, solid floor of water is not as solid as it seems. Poor Red was almost swallowed whole. The two foolsy men who plummeted into my domain have long since departed, though not I expect from whence they came. I ate ravenously of biped meat that day, but Red promises feasting only began when the men became pungent, when the stench of life had gone, and only the sweet aroma of decay remained.
Okay. You're Red. He ate people. Yeah, it's not too late for a coffee machine. It could still happen. Since we're not there yet, doesn't mean we won't be. No? Very well adjusted and healthy. Certainly. Not a single doubt in my mind. He's doing quite well. Lake. 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 Lake? This is foreboding. Finally, something younger than me. Maybe this pack will help me figure out what's going on down here. Well, not entirely. Painkillers. We got more painkillers. Last will and testament of Joe Freeman. Oh, good. Final thoughts. 10/10/2000. I, Joe Freeman, would like to leave all my personal belongings to my sister, May, in the knowledge that she will distribute them wisely. We always used to say, better to die young than to never live at all. I guess we're going to get our wish. I know enough about survival to realize I won't be surviving much longer. Jono, my buddy, I just don't know. My left leg is broken in 3 places, and I suspect I may also have shattered my pelvic bone. 3 hours ago, after we'd set up camp, Jono set off to find some usable timber for the fire. When he got back, he was very excited. I couldn't work out what it was that had got him so agitated, but I went along with it, all the same. I should have recognized the signs. Soon after, he got worse. He jumped me when I turned away, burying my face in the snow, trying to suffocate me. I still don't know what he found in the ice that enraged him so. Lucky for me, the ground gave way. We both fell. I landed hard on ice, desperately clawed my way onto more solid ground. I was running on adrenaline, didn't even notice the pain. I just knew that if I was going to die, I didn't want it to be in the frozen water beneath me. When you fall into a frozen lake, you don't just drown or freeze to death. Your whole body seizes up from the cold. Every instinct tells you to swim for the side, but your body won't let you. You gradually dip under the surface, your last breath expelled when you fell. But you don't drown there and then. Your body shuts everything down, survives on what strength you have left. You can last for an hour just floating there, slowly dying. So now I'm lying here, my soaked Gore-Tex slowly freezing me in place, me on one side of the lake, Jono trapped on the other. I'm worried about him. From what I can see from the side, his arm is dislocated, his shoulder blade fractured, and his wrist broken. You can see all that from here? Dude. Do we know our data's name? If we do, I've forgotten it. I can't hear anything he yells, but he looks to be constantly muttering to himself, telling the ice, the crowbar from his pack. I don't know how he can stand the pain or where his strength is coming from, but at any rate, something strange happened to him. Fortunately for me, he can't cross the ice. It'll give way under his weight. The only way to cross would be to carefully spread your weight evenly across the surface, and he looks in too much of a rush for that. There's a lot of drugs in my system right now. I have another bottle of painkillers. There's enough to finish the job. I always said I'd rather die pushing the boundaries than drift away in my sleep. I guess I didn't mean that after all. I'd rather gently slip away, than die cold or bleeding. There's no body, so... A disused shed. Who knows how old it is, or who last used it. I can only presume. When I use these now, I feel as if I'm not the only one. It's getting crowded in there. Like I'm just one visitor of many. Strange thing is, they all seem familiar. Now, I assume I cannot actually walk across this, right? Save is there because walking on this means death. It looks solid, but not much is as it seems down here. Won't catch me trekking across that. Except that's exactly what I'm doing. Never mind. Here's where the shot, right? Well. What would a penguin do? Stomach slide. Zero doubt in my mind. Some kind of reservoir. Very observed. Quite well. Chemical storage. Okay, okay. Glad they at least had the foresight to put a whole bunch of fucking signage up. Got to seal that door. Stop. Don't do that. Now what? Huh? Excuse me? What happened? Why did I die? I was on the crate. On the opposite side of the crate. Fucking rude. Ah. It's still not gonna stop the fucker though, is it? I don't think there's enough crates. Is it? Yeah, I'm good. I'm dead. No, we're good, we're good, come on. No! Had to break the post. Okay, we got this. We're good this time. You. Push the button. Fucking fool. Don't even need these. Don't fuss with them. Too much effort. A seal? It's Giant Bob. Bob's great father. The evil Bob. The Bob we don't trust. Ow, my leg.
Oh, my brain can barely imagine the feats of action man like heroics you must be performing to save old Red. I am waiting so close now for you to blow down the walls of my earthbound prison cell and release me from this mortal coil.
We're cool with other Bob. But Bob's giant dad is bad. Bad dad. Chemical. Chemical. Soup. 1, magnesium.
I need to find her now.
I forgot I did that. I was like, why? Who was saying that? Magnesium, calcium, barium, chloride, phosphorus, sodium. Do not forget. Badly administered dopamine clouds frequently everything. Okay. Okay. Badly administered dopamine clouds frequently everything. No, don't be sorry. I was just so confused for a second. Use it as much as you want, because he is best dad. It's Terry Mason from the first Silent Hill. I think there's like something like 20 sound bites loaded into that one redeem, and they just play at random. Like, it'll select a random one every time. Every single one of them pertaining to his daughter. Ah, not Ethan. I'm not as familiar with Ethan. I've only played 7 so far. Although that's gonna change after April. I'm running through literally the entire Resident Evil franchise. And when I say entire, I mean I think the list is like 22 games, if I remember my count correctly. I'm gonna be playing 22 Resident Evil games. I think that was the order. Or the total. I don't remember. I have them all listed. They're all on the they're all on one of my pages. It's gonna be a long time, yeah. So as long as I can like try to maintain a very rough like 1 per week kind of schedule, it won't be that bad. And I think some of them will end up being shorter too, so I might be able to get like at least 2 a week, depending on what the titles are. Not every week, but I know some of the older ones will probably be a little bit faster. But I've only ever personally played 5, 6, and 7, hilariously. So they will all be like new experiences either way. I've seen a lot of 4, but never all at once. So I know what happens through most of 4, I just don't have the sequence for the events. So that one's going to be kind of just like putting pieces of a puzzle together. But the rest of them, I'm pretty unfamiliar with. Very familiar with the characters. Very familiar with the general franchise, but as far as the games go, there's very little that I've actually like experienced. So, just tragic because I'm very drawn to that's just what? Very drawn to survival horror. It's like, especially the old ones. Hope there are sexy villains in a lot of them. Oh, just you wait. Oh, just you wait. Some of the villains, it might depend on your definition of sexy, but Resident Evil has a lot of hot villains, in my opinion. Although, if you've only seen Village, and you're looking for Lady D levels of sexy, Unfortunately, you might be disappointed. She's on another level. You can't compare the rest of them to her. Oh, come on. How'd that miss? I'm gonna die here now because I missed you once. Oh, never mind. We're good. Wasn't super into Lady D? I mean, that's fair. Not for everyone. Then maybe you'll find some unsuspecting delight in many of the villains the franchise has to offer. There are some very good ones in there. She's honestly kind of an outlier. So if she wasn't your type, hey, there's probably a lot there for you. Oh yeah, no, like, the appeal is self-explanatory. But again, if it's not your type, that's fair. Can I, like, mix the chemicals now? Is that something I can do? What was it? Badly administered dopamine clouds frequently everything. I'm missing a chemical. I'm missing a chemical. That's fair. I appreciate that. There'll be plenty to discuss as we play through those games. Locked? Why did that lock itself? Oh, right, that's why it locked itself. Duh. Idiot. Could last chemical be? Pretty sure game devs know what they're doing. I think so. With that franchise in particular. The entire, like, literally every single protagonist and villain is in there for somebody. B-A-D-C-F-E. B-A-D-C-F-E. B-A. Okay, no, that's what I thought. They have to go into something. Fine. There's no tool in here that I can apply them into. Nor. Nor tutor. Incinerator was locked. Section F was locked. Came from Section B, didn't I? Or did I? Play an old one that's basically polygons. Exactly. No, trust me, you will. It's going to happen. But also, to some degree of fairness, they did remake 2 and 3. So if you like the low poly versions of those villains, you will eventually also get the high poly versions of them. That's how it used to be. Why do you think fucking Lara Croft's triangle tits are such a meme? People were into that. Them triangle tits got gamers going, ooh. Just like, pour the chemicals in here. We used our imaginations to objectify characters. Yeah, we had to be creative. What? Right. Have to imagine our fan service. Or at least, like, if the fan service was there, we still had to, like, I don't know, we were still staring at, like, 62 bits, you know? Or draw it, exactly. Exactly. Just like, think about, like, a great example is fucking, that's how you summon a droplin. Like, hey, I've got the hots for this character, but I can't draw them in the hot details that I need. Whatever will I do? And then suddenly. From the mists. Beckoned by desire. And the need for saucy fan art. I can't get in here. This is locked. Try it with the right tool. Big hammer. That pickaxe. Room it. Saw. What do you mean, how's that gonna work? Don't be rude. Don't have the tool. You get to extrapolate a lot. That's fair, honestly. I was gonna say, like, think about how hot people found, specifically Final Fantasy VII's characters, and then look at their actual in-game models, right? I know the cutscenes did a lot of heavy lifting for them, but you spent most of the game looking at guys with, like, block fists. Small gap gives me a chance to pry it open with the right tool. What tool? Speaking of, it's none of my weapons. None of these worked. Missing a tool. There wasn't anything else in chemical storage, because it was all just chemicals. It was all just chemicals. What? What else? What could I be missing? You. Clearly, you're what I need. Got excited that there were unopened drawers. I was like, maybe it's in here. Just some jerky. Just some jerky. Piss. Actually picked up everything you found in a place like this. I know, right? Like, that's the thing about these games. Is like, obviously in a video game context, you require attendance. But like straight up, in a video game context, you're like, oh yeah, like grab all the chemicals, obviously. You're gonna need them. But then imagine like actually being stuck in like a warehouse or something and just like ambiently thinking, yeah, I'm gonna need this like quarter can of or quarter jug of bleach. I'm gonna need this one random crowbar. I'm gonna need this box of rusted screws. Like it's always the most random fucking shit. And they always work in the weirdest ways too. Yeah. That's the other thing too, is where the hell do you store it all? Actually sweep. I had another realm to store my possessions too. Everyone's just got a sack of holding. Although I guess I do have a definitive number of slots. I'm wearing cargo pants, I guess. Fancy cargo pants and a cargo vest. That must be what's going on here, right? Probably don't want to do that, actually. Thinking about it, probably not a good idea to get stuck in there. Alright. Let's just control steam. What? And for what? Damn. Alright. Nothing else going on with this bag. Baggy. Surely. Surely not, right? Discord? Not technically. Not currently. It's in my considerations of things to do. But as of yet... Oh, not really. Fail. Oh, it really broke all the way around there? Holy. Crowbar. Strength to pull the crowbar from a frozen hand. This Vortex glove is high-tech, modern stuff. Really hope there's not a body attached to it, though. Jesus, what a way to go. I know, I didn't penguin right. I'm sorry. No, someday there will probably be a... there will probably be a Discord. There's so much that I'm still learning and adjusting to. I'm trying to take my time with stuff that I'm running a little bit. I love the idea of having a space. Throat's going through it tonight. I don't think the pizza helped. Like the teeny tiny little lump on the cheese. Can I pour chemicals on this thing? Is that gonna do anything? No. Rippy rip, rip, rip. Oh, come on, I tried to jump. Up, 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 we're good, we're good. What? Come on. Come on. Really? That was cheating. They cheated me out of that one. Break. Is there even anything over there? It feels like there's more cave. No, maybe not. Is there? No. Straight up useless. Okay. So it is just a hand. I just need to figure out how to get that crowbar. Shake it politely. Probably not bash it with a hammer, huh? Is Gore-Tex an actual brand? Did they get a brand deal with Gore-Tex? They have an indestructible glove. Come on, that would work. Oh, that's grim. I don't know why that made the crowbar fall out of the hand, but hey. Can't believe the orc method doesn't work. Who would have thunk? Guess it's because I'm not an orc. Surely if I were, it would have worked. Kidding me? Good, right? Good. This time we're good. Alright, excellent. We got the crowbar. Dude, you touched cold water for like 3 seconds. Oh no, my toes got a little soggy. Alternatively, if I only had an orc, to the tune of if I only had a brain from Wizard of Oz.
Where are you, my shiny knight? Have you really made it this far? I wait, and yet the pot never boils. I remain trapped in my den of iniquity. Perhaps the gods have toyed with me once more. Sentenced me to yet more years in this place of eternal nightlight. But now, maybe my ill advice has ended you. Have you rung death's doorbell? Please don't leave poor Ren all alone once more, like all the others.
This guy's just getting so desperate. This must be the cave. The cave-in that Red's trapped behind. I need some way to demolish it quickly. Perhaps I can get some tips from the explosives book. Deferring back to the explosives book, huh? It's a little precarious, isn't it? Please, game, jump. It's not telling me I can't open the door, so why can't I open the door? It's just very stubborn. Very stubborn door. This room should serve me well as a potion mixer. The explosives book being my guide. Excellent. Speakers. Those are not... Okay. Perhaps I could use this burner to manufacture a makeshift chemical bomb. If I had the right chemicals. I do have the right chemicals. I'm certain of it. Beautiful. Okay. Red phosphorus. Barium. Sulfur can be used in place of barium. Okay. I assume I'm just following this thing, right? Badly administered dopamine clouds frequently. Badly. Gas supply? Badly. What? It's right there. Light it first? Okay. Fine, thank you. Badly. Administered. What? Fizzle. What happened there? So confused. It's one of them bizarre little chemistry books. Mm-hmm. I'll just fizzle. Ah. No, I get it. F. F and D. This was not telling me what order to mix them in. It was telling me what they are. Like 1 is B. B is magnesium. You know what I'm saying? I see. This is ridiculous. Let's make them mix a highly unstable explosive compound and then carry it by hand across a platforming segment. I don't even know what it touched. I have to assume the wall. I just straight up fucked that jump. Oh boy, we're gonna be here for a minute. Speedrun, no thought. This fucking jump. This is a crazy jump. Are you kidding me? Okay, I need to try and make that without carrying the fucking chemical, because it feels like a rough jump. Okay, just get close. Just get real close. I'm just sketched about tapping my explosive. It's fine. Speed run back. Okay. Oh, okay. Now what do I do? Do I just like... Do I throw it? Right? This feels wrong. Okay. 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 Fuck out of here. Christ. It's so stressful. Red. I tried to eat it, and then it magically placed itself very neatly in the depths of the rock. There's a lot of light coming from in there. Just look around first before I decide which door I'm going through. There are many a door. Okay, what's back here? Oh.
Good evening. You actually came. There is much that should leave my throat box now, but words elude me. You came, you are so pretty, but I have been bad. The underworld already beckons me, so I suppose one further misdemeanor will change little. It is false pretension, and not guiding light with which I have led you here. I cannot give you the answers you want. You may wish to find what it is you seek, but that is a fiction. You cannot know what it is you sought through the vast leaden doorway, or else you would seek anything else in the world. No, the key stays with me, in here, so the life that has led me, horrible as it may be, is better still than the life that waits for you, hungry behind those doors. As replacements go, you shall be admirably abnormal. But you must wonder why this metal burning chamber is talking to you in a voice you knew only as red. For it is I, your companion, residing within. You see, I have waited for this day so many years. They won't let me die. They, parts of my head are not my own. And I cannot take my life. It is against the rules. Please, the pain has gone on for so long. All I wanted was a friend, but now the time for chit-chats and marshmallows by the fire is ended. And I hope that soon so shall my life. I have knocked on the death's door for so long. Please, let him invite me in for tea.
I have knocked on the death's door for so long. Please let him invite me in for tea. It's such a good line. So he wants us to incinerate him. Mad lad. Supply pipes. Why would Red want me to kill him? Why like this? What can I do? Vicious looking things. Almost like meat hooks. Many of them. Combustion meters, measuring temperature, humidity, and gas flow, among others. Alright. Well. There were probably other ways, buddy. Alright, Red. I'm so sorry. Whatever happened to you down here, it's over now. Some guy burned me alive. Us. I bet. Got you, homie. You asked, I'll deliver. Red. Get out. What's something? Red is dead. Death. Nobody to talk to. Get out. Liberty or death. Let me die. Head is hurting. Please get out. Poor. I can see Red now, sitting here, guiding me. I probably wouldn't be standing here now if it wasn't for him. Why did he have to leave me down here alone? Reams of books. Where did Red scavenge all these from? There's everything from survival manuals to the collected works of Shakespeare and Kant's Ethics. If this was how he spent his time, no wonder he spoke so strangely. He must have led a lifetime of misunderstanding. How many hours did he spend with his neck in this noose, just trying to end it all? No wonder he was getting hungry. What a final meal. Ration slugs. Still, knowing Red, perhaps he enjoyed them. You didn't know Red. You can't say you did. Jesus, from the stench, I think this may have been his toilet. Leaving out how Red managed to catch and kill this thing, it's quite clearly inedible. Poor guy must have been close to starving to death. My dearest friend, how are you? I am as well as can be expected. I have some sad news, though. A few days ago, there was some kind of collapse, and some of the ceiling of the cave fell in on me. What scares me is that I was in an off-limits part of the mine. They may not look for me here, but if they do and they find me, I'll be in so much trouble. But I don't think I'll have to worry about that, because I'm not sure I'll be getting out of here. I don't mind so much. I've been working in the mine for about 3 weeks now, and I'm really proud that I can send money home. But it's pretty tough work, and so far you're the only person that's really been nice to me. Plus, I have some nice company down here. There's some friendly, kinda creepy crawlies, and some books I brought from home that I was taking to the rec room. If you think about it, I was really quite lucky I had all this stuff with me. Otherwise, I'd be bored stiff. As it is, I have Shakespeare, Bronte, Nietzsche, perfect bedtime reading. Although, I suppose I might be trapped here long enough that I have to read them twice. I always used to ask my mum how long people survive without food and things. I read how some people can survive underwater for over 5 minutes, and some people last in the desert for weeks, but she always said you had 3 minutes of air, 3 days of water, etc. I suppose I'll probably find out soon enough. I guess if I had to, I could find food around the place. Like I said, there's all sorts of creatures here, but they're better off as my friends than my lunch. I wonder whether I shall starve to death or go cave crazy first. Neither sounds too much fun, I guess. But if I had to choose, I'd say I'd want to go mad. Sounds like an adventure. Tom Redwood. There's the red. Proper mine worker, December 1970. That's, yeah, 30 years. 30 years trapped in this fucking mine. Age 14. Holy. Buddy, and you survived? Goodness. The chains on his arms are visible now. Not there out of choice. Father looks on aghast. He clutches some notes, shaking heads. Shaking hands, sorry. He knows. He knows what has come. What the man has released. The only one who could stop it. Howard knows the real fear. Is Father Howard? Father might be Howard. We might have Dad's name. There, it's me. I'm inside that box, and outside it, I can't get things straight in my head. Lever to open it. Dad! Come on, Dad. It's an electrical panel. Funny place to have one. Neat funny place to have one. Open it up. Open. Electrics may be running out the door. I probably shouldn't be cutting these with bolt cutters, but hey, we didn't get electrocuted, so... Need to find something to lever it open? Crowbar. As I stepped into the mouth of the underground facility, there should have been questions, fears, doubts running through me. Instead, I was torn in two. Part of me, I felt, had died, along with my only ally and friend. His final words had raised more questions than they'd answered, and I couldn't get his screams for help out of my head, despite knowing deep down that the pain I had caused Red was, itself, all the help I could have offered him. I was alone again, but I had nothing to do, other than press on into the unknown. If I'd felt so bad about Red, I should have listened to him and stayed where I was. I would trade his fate 100 times for my own. The other side of me was looking forward to what might await me in my continued journey. I felt sure that I would soon find some clue or other to my father's fate, and that he was inextricably linked to everything that was happening. I also couldn't help but suspect that everything I had seen up until that point was just symptomatic of whatever lay beyond the threshold. I know now. I was right. Welcome to the shelter. Established 1973. Elevated cast 4. Chief staff 6. Lower cast 39. Temporary 8. Total population 7. Oh, it's a lot of people. Key members: Chief Overseer Wilbert Frisk, 80 to present. Bren Stafferson, 73 to 80. Chief Chemist Neil Oswald. Troy Retnesk, RIP 91. Construction Unit Pierre Petit, 72 to 79. Chief Xeno Officer TBA Richard Arkbrook, RIP 92. Excavation Unit TBA. Technology Unit Darren Gray, Rod Smith. Away Team MIA. Head Chief Benito Carlo. Chief Translator Howard Lafresque, 73 to present. Last updated 1802-2000. Please have your identity documents ready. Honestly. You've got to be en route to credits. They have to be coming up soon. That's where my head's at. You're a person. There it is. With that, the man who had first descended into the mine was no more. So began my next chapter. To be continued. Part 1. Slightly less Lovecraftian than I was expecting, but it does have the energy of Lovecraft. And, like, it's not too late. It could still descend into that. We have another, like, part and a half to do. Young Bob was the highlight. Honestly. Truly the peak. He was the peak of it all. Just updating my finished list. As some of you know, I am keeping a list of every single game I finish within the year. Even if it's a game that I play more than once, it'll be marked more than once, because it's just like a by playthrough basis. Every time I finish a game, it gets written down. And if you play games, I recommend you do it too. It's fun to kind of look back and be like, oh yeah, that was great. It's nice having a record of just the stuff that you did this year. And it doesn't have to be video games. It's good to, like, if you're doing stuff and you want to keep track of what the stuffs were, I recommend. It's been fun. I did it last year, and it was really cool to look back. Barbie Horse Adventures when? In due time, my friend. In due time. But what system was that for? It was a PC game? It's like, it's a series. There are 4 of them? Unfortunately. There was one on PS2. My totally 100% legitimate source for PS2 games does not have it. So, regretfully, I can't make that happen in the near future. I will have you know, I looked. Don't forget this. It'd be a hilarious idea for Halloween. Because I do nothing but horror games all year round. Go the complete opposite direction for Halloween. It's a thought. It's an idea. We have over half a year to dabble with that, so we'll toss some ideas around in the old brain dome. See what sticks. Cinda Green's Equestrian Challenge. You'll have to inform me on what that is. Oh. Right, okay. Fair game. Well played. All right. It's certainly an idea. We'll keep it in the back of our heads. We can piss about with some cheeky horse games or something. We'll see what happens. I'm just gonna let the music roll. I don't have a lot to ramble about. Um, Mostly just because we finished this game today. That means the streams that occur through the week are gonna have to be something else. Because I want to save part 2 for next Saturday. So I'm not sure what that's going to entail. I could, in theory, because I'm still kind of really vibing. Shocker, still really vibing Silent Hill. I could do the 3rd standard new game ending. Do another run of that. That can kind of fill out the standard week, but we do also still have like Death Stranding is still very much on the table. Because we have tons and tons of unfinished deliveries to do. There's a significant amount more of that game that we theoretically could dabble with kind of whenever. And now that we're done with that game's story, it's literally just like, hey, let's fucking deliver some shit. You know? So, I don't know. We got options. Yeah. We got options. And I know the focus is largely on frictional games this month. But I would also just be open to the possibility of jumping into some other kind of cosmic horror, Lovecraftian inspired spooky games. I would just have to, I'd have to find more. And it'd have to be something that's either really cheap or old. Old console games are an option. I can attain those. But I don't know. I don't know. Considering this one was a one stream game, I expect the other Penumbra to also be a one stream game. And then part 3 is just kind of to wrap up the story. I don't think it's even considered a full game. So that might end up just getting tacked onto next week. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Then after that is Amnesia. Dark Descent. Which I also don't expect to take like a significantly long time. Possibly a little bit longer. Just because it can be, I know it's like a little bit convoluted. I think I'll figure it out. I like to think I'm smart sometimes. So, just gonna see if any of the other Amnesias are on sale right now. When you don't have adult content disabled on Steam, the very first result for Amnesia is a porn game. The second one is Amnesia Rebirth, which is more along the lines of what I was looking for. But, yeah, none of them are on sale right now. I can't afford any of those at the moment. I have the Dark Descent is the thing. It's literally the only one I own. It is on sale for a good price, though. If you don't have Amnesia: The Dark Descent, it's $3 Canadian currently, almost $4 Canadian. So that's like 30 cents for anywhere else in the world. Anyway, um, yeah, we'll see what the rest of the month holds. There are 5 Saturdays this month. Did you know that? 5 Saturdays. That means there are 5 Saturdays that I need to find full games to play on. That's a lot of Saturdays to fill. Anyway, just wanted to throw that out there. We got a lot of time this month to spend together, playing some spooky games. I don't know. I don't know. We'll find something. I'm sure. There are plenty of games. I've got others that don't really quite fit the madness vibe that I was going for. But they're games that I can... There are still games that I can play, regardless. I have a handful of indie survival horrors that I've been itching to get into as well, that I haven't touched yet. But maybe we'll play with some of those. Just have to look into what they kind of entail. I don't know. It's just a lot of games. There's lots of stuff out there. For now though, I'm gonna go get ready for bed. So, I appreciate y'all for hanging out. This was a good fun time. I didn't know what to expect at all going into this one. I really have not heard anything about Penumbra, other than the name when Frictional comes up. So, that was cool. I'm excited to see more. But, as per always, can't say for sure when the next stream will be. The trend has definitely been there'll be one sometime midweek, and I've really been enjoying getting the Friday evening streams in before Saturday. They've been fun. So I don't know if I can quite yet commit to making that a regular, but I kind of want to. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's been a great time. Thank y'all for hanging out. I'll have a good night. We'll catch you on the next one. Take it easy. Peace out, friends.